Do we have someone who wants to do the recap and potentially earn themselves a juicy point of inspiration?
Oh boy. I sure would if no one's opposed.
Well, I already have inspiration, so go
You can
ahead.
still do it anyway if you're feeling up to it.
No, go ahead, go.
But leading off from last time, which was a shorter session, the party slowly recovers from their encounter with that anomalous creature. During said time, Rin awoke in a panic, lashing out at Dagny while fervently working on a quick fix for their suit. Meanwhile, Garrock learned a bit more about that drow fellow, where he's from, what he's doing here. After clearing up the passageway back to the outside world, in which he went off to scout. During this time, Mirks, who had yet to awaken from his unconscious state, began fidgeting and lashing out in his slumber, experiencing some sort of dream or vision of some kind. However, strangely enough, the wounds that he sustained in said vision applied to his physical body, as we all watched nigh helpless as he was cut open with the same fouled blade that killed Obosh. And during this, we learned a name of more than likely his attacker, the Icon of Veneration. Thankfully, before he was killed outright, the Cartographer Corps was summoned into his hand and exploded in this blinding white light as we were transported back to Magnus's chamber that may or may not be separate from the material realm in some capacity. During this time, he explained that what had just happened was the Corps saved his life, pausing him in a time capsule of sorts, trapped in a moment. He went on further to explain the dangers of such thing, of one of those bound to the Corps perishing, and the possible ramifications. Regrettably, he was still tight-lipped over a majority of things, and we were only able to glean a little information. Notably, however, Garrock accepted the Startographer's offer to be bound to the Corps, essentially taking Mirx's place, for the time being, anyway. Nonetheless, we were returned back to our physical bodies here in the moment, where the drow returned with a guest in tow, the Icon of Veneration, who is quite intent on discovering details regarding the cosmic energy, they call it, that they detected here, while the party shits themselves.
Yeah.
And the exact moment we left off, the Icon is wishing to go on a little adventure, as they stated, with the party in tow to clear out the rest of this underground labyrinth.
That's right. Which would bring us back to the present moment, where we have the Icon, who was previously very intently studying the ground and the strange patterns that the Cartographer Corps had left on the ground. The Icon looks forward to the north, deeper into the dungeon, and would turn over her shoulder and would look at the three of you.
Clearing one of these Oh, what fun. It takes me back. You're all ready to go, right?
No.
Oh?
We're in no condition to be fighting anything, if there is anything left in here.
Tired, are we?
More like fighting for our lives.
Not
Well,
all of us
that's-
get the luxury of being in a whatever that is.
Fighting for our lives. Aren't we all? It's in the job description. Okay, look, I am not stupid. I can see there's wounds and the fish tank over here is barely intact. Think you might be leaking a little bit there, bud. Check your leg. I'm not even going to ask. It just... fine. Hold on.
And she would rummage through her things. There is a small bag that she produces from her belt and would rummage through a few things. For as small as this bag is, she can stick her hand pretty far inside, and from that alone, you can discern that this is probably a magical bag of some kind, be it a bag of holding or otherwise. And you can hear a lot of things rummaging around in there, the nature of which you're not entirely sure of. A bunch of clanking around, which could be who knows what. After a few moments, she would produce, in holding all three in one hand, 3 potions. And she would look towards the potions, would give them a bit of a stir, and looks towards each of you once again.
Yeah, this should do. Catch!
And she would toss this potion, one to each of you, with a single bound of the hand. I'm assuming everyone is going to catch it.
I'll
Yeah.
try.
Slate of hand checks from the 3 of you.
Oh god.
Yes, because handing people things is so last year.
That
Oh my god!
Yeah, I suppose Rin, like as soon as they're tossing it, they're in the middle of inspecting that leak that they just pointed out.
Yeah, and there's a
His helmet.
clang as the potion would hit your head and would clamber onto the ground. There's a hairline fracture in the glass. Dagny, the potion would come to you, but given that you move quickly, forget your own injuries, and you wince a little, and it would slip past your fingers and clang on the ground, suffering a similar fracture. Garrick would be the only one to, with a firm hand, catch it steadily. And the Venerator is watching all of you, seemingly amused.
Don't worry, I wouldn't have done that had there been risk of them shattering. I don't carry pieces of shit along with me. Anyways, drink up. You should feel a bit better.
And she would... Hold on a second. There we are. As she would go on to tell you that you have found... Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
I hate her so
Oh,
much.
sure.
But I assume that tear I managed to get mended up.
Oh boy. So you look down, and there is a little dribbling coming from one of your seams. It's very minor, and within a matter of moments, you can have it fixed. In fact, the time it takes for everyone to drink up is all that's really needed. No check.
Well, I have the spell, but nonetheless. I did want to, after finishing that up, take a moment to inspect this potion a bit more closely. Because I don't trust this icon at all.
All right. Roll investigation as you would hold this to your hand and would swirl it, studying its contents among the odd teal light coming from the water. Woo! That's a saucy roll. From 0 to hero, no doubt. Now, you would take some extra care to study this, and you are familiar with lesser healing potions. You've dabbled in alchemy to a lesser extent, given the nature of your artifice work does occasionally overlap with this. And combined with your current Oratorn status, you are particularly receptive to any hints of magic or nefariousness that may be among the contents of the bottle. And you see clear as day that there is no signs of that whatsoever.
Yeah, I'll pop it in through the lock in my suit to get to the interior, and then gulp that shit down.
The icon puts a hand on her hip and would tilt her head as she watches you do this.
That's a little party trick. What exactly are you, anyways?
Humanoid.
Well, no shit. Fine. If we're about done having whatever this is, we do have some dangers to clear out. You said it yourself, Garrick. There's still trouble around who knows what corner, right?
Yep.
Well, sure is a good thing I'm here. Here, I'll even present the courtesy of going first.
With a single bound, she leaps a tremendous distance and would land concretely on the far side of the leap here.
Yeah, Rin will follow after them, pausing to give a lingering look at the two others through their visor as they continue.
Like, Dagny will kind of glance before looking down.
Today just seems to get better and better, doesn't it?
He had a chance to rest and be more confident in this.
Yeah. Whoever sent the lad seemed very unwilling to let us do that. Yeah, well. If they want to get stabbed and have us watch, that's up to them.
Right?
And with that, you would, with reinvigorated senses, cross over the water and would land on the far side, with the icon of veneration being true to her word, taking points. And she would give a wide sweep of the head as she looks around before ultimately looking over her shoulder at you guys once again.
I'm not sure what I expected, but this place is... well, it certainly is something. I don't know, maybe words escape me with this one. So you've been in here longer than me. What could we expect moving down here?
Well, hopefully there's no more people that want to stab us. I'm pretty sure we took care of those. Ancient magical glyphs, creatures that like to eat corpses, a madman controlling animals, I think. And
Creatures that are
apparently a
capable
drought.
of, and possibly creatures that are capable of possession.
What fun! Entities taking possession of our own minds and bodies. Just like the old days, so they say. Well, anyways.
And she begins stomping down. Her glaive is at the ready in one hand, like resting against her back as she stomps forth and would arrive here, looking further on, allowing you to make your approach. You would see here that there are larger pools of water, and the glow here is particularly more intense than earlier. And for those who are first entering over here, you would notice that this brightness is intensified multifold over here, where it's almost blinding to you how bright this water is, almost to the point where you need to squint upon first noticing. And to the dead north, there is a small arrangement here left behind by whoever was inhabiting here from long ago. There's old tomes that are on something of a dresser, or rather some sort of table. It's kind of hard to tell, with everything caked in dust and grit. There is a curtain rod that is against the wall as well, with the curtains actually pulled shut. Kind of a strange feature against an old stone wall, as the icon is peering further over to the right.
Dagny is going to
What's it say?
approach the dresser.
All right. You would make your approach. You can see a glint of red over to your left as you would make your approach, as over here on a pedestal is a small vial of glowing red something. You can see it churning on its own accord, and the occasional flicker of something sinister. It's watching you.
Just watch your step, by the way. I can see some of those things over there that possessed our friend not too long ago. I think
Oh.
similar, though.
Well, whatever.
Dagny is going to try to ignore the thing out of her periphery and look at the books. Are they written in a language she can understand?
You would take a look at these, and it's rather a collection from a number of dialects. Let me take a look at what you can read.
Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, and Elvish.
You would pick up on, there is some scattered books here that are, in fact, Dwarvish. There's a mix here between what looks like some sort of notes, and there's also some old books that are tucked away on the bottom shelves.
Well, I'll skim through the one that has notes in it. Is there a name that I can see?
You would take a look at these notes and would pick them up and would skim them thoroughly. And you're a bit displeased, as it looks like a lot of these notes appear to have been scribbled over in an attempt to destroy whatever knowledge was on this. A lot of what you can read in Dwarvish is somewhat of a plans for creating this place, hollowing things out, how to appropriately size rooms, not to compromise integrity. You imagine that there may have been dwarves among the people here that assisted in hollowing this place out. And this was their research notes on what they wanted to do in terms of creating a potential home here.
Okay, is there a certain section that is just scribbled out in this book?
There are particular sections that are scribbled. The first couple of pages are fine, which would denote a process that they've been using on how to judge whether or not the stone is sturdy enough to continue excavating. And it does occasionally begin to speak of what they're importing in here and the appropriately needed space for said imports. And before it gets scribbled, the last couple of notes will denote experimental arcane creations of some kind. Something that has been carried over a great distance. Something that has been greatly protected. Lives have been lost on the way over here in order to keep safe whatever cargo they brought here. And before getting into details on what these things are, is when everything appears to be jotted out. It's almost like someone took an inkwell and carefully spilled over what was written in an effort to conceal it.
Okay, I'm not sure. Like, there has to be like a name on this book. Is there like a thing like this book belongs to so and so on here?
You would see, carefully going through this, names almost seem to be purposely omitted. Things are kept pretty anonymous, which does strike you as a bit odd given the nature of these notes. You get the idea that maybe someone was being careful if someone or something were to recover this information, that nobody or no concepts, nothing of what they're doing, no individual people would be compromised.
Well, I will speak up. Well, there were definitely dwarves here. This book is full of plans of it, but there's no name. They're purposely blocked out, like they didn't want to know who was here read this. They mentioned something. This place was being used for imports, some experimental arcane creations from some faraway place.
Well, that certainly explains all the weird shit here.
I imagine
well-
the book was destroyed to conceal their findings.
Well, not everything. Seems like some important stuff, but it's well planned out. It's just certain pages are scribbled out, like purposely blotted out with an inkwell, you see?
Can I see if there's anything behind the curtains real quick?
All right. You would carefully part the curtains to view its contents. And you would see behind there is a very sleek and untarnished mirror. And this mirror has some odd reflective properties to it. It's not reflecting light in a normal way. In fact, it has a bit of a teal glow of its own, and the reflections are almost something ethereal, without form. Are you going to be investigating this any closer?
Magical mirrors, have fun. I mean, sure, I'll give it a closer
Yarok.
look, I guess.
It would be wise to avoid direct contact. We've already encountered numerous traps here. If
Well, that was nice.
anything, allow Seeker to do so.
As long as they don't touch the mirror, I don't see what the issue is.
This mirror is strange.
Are you just like inspecting it, I suppose? Like not actually
Yeah,
like getting
like-
close to. Okay.
I imagine this is probably for some sort of like spell sort of thing, if I had to take a guess, and that's
Okay.
starting my investigation from that point.
I would like to assist him.
Okay, so you're both kind of looking around at it.
Yeah.
Let's see, Garrick is kind of like looking close and you're kind of over the shoulder because he's so big and taking a closer look at things.
While they're doing that, can I, alongside Seeker, check out the immediate area around the evil goo for traps or hazards of any kind?
Sure. You can roll investigation to inspect the local area for potential hazards. And with your checks here, investigation, Garrick, as you are taking front and center, being careful not to touch the mirror, you would take a close inspection of the other side. And the longer you stare at it, the longer things begin to take shape, as if things are actively forming in your presence. And you would take a look, and you're beginning to see a resemblance of yourself, as your own reflection would begin to manifest. And as moments pass, it becomes more and more solidified, foregoing the ethereal waviness and coming to a perfect resemblance of yourself, save for the fact that your reflection, now fully manifested, it has this strange afterglow, and the eyes from beneath its own mask are glowing teal.
Well, it's no mirror.
Close it.
Before you have a chance to do so, you would notice that your reflection is not obeying your own movements. And upon Dagny saying, close it, it would draw its warhammer and is making an attack against you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sure, I guess.
Oof. As it rolls a nat 1 on its surprise attack, as a warhammer would have a tremendous thunk as it would crack into the table, shaking all of the contents on it. And this facsimile of yourself looks very intense on attacking you further. Roll for initiative.
Fuck!
Fun.
I just told you don't fuck with the mirror.
I didn't fuck with the mirror. I literally just looked at it.
That
Could be worse.
constitutes
It
fucking.
could have taken over Dagny or even Rin. It would have been a problem if it took over Rin.
Die.
All right, we will roll for her as well. Come on.
Where are we going here?
Oh, you bastards. Rolling like shit. What else is new? Ugh. You hate to see it.
Well, at least I get my wish of killing Garrock in some capacity.
Oh, for
Yeah,
God's sake.
congrats.
All right. As this facsimile of yourself is very intense on attacking you, let me begin combat properly. Rin, you would hear this crashing of the table being fractured as you would look over and see a warhammer sticking out of that mirror is cleaving the desk in half. It looks just like Garrick, except not as friendly.
So it's manifested in the house since crawled out of the mirror then. Right.
Basically, yeah.
Let's see. I have no spells, just my mitts. Oh, I guess it's kind of in the space of Dagny and real Garrock here. So I'll move forward and punch that thing in the mouth.
All right. Wow, a 20! It beats his
Yay.
AC of 19. He actually connects.
That's funny.
10 thunder.
10 thunder damage.
Seeker, meanwhile, is taking his good old-fashioned pot shot.
No.
Oof.
And missing.
I'm afraid that's going to be a crisp NO. All right,
This is my go.
Dagny.
Well. Gonna cast Mind Sliver. So it needs to make an intelligence save.
All right. Give me one memento here. It would pass.
Are you serious?
Smarter than the real one.
How unfortunate.
And
All right,
then
anything else?
I'm gonna step back a bit.
The icon of veneration, you would hear, while all that was going on, there is the echoing of, as you would hear one of those husks crumple to the ground, completely demolished, before the goings on here happen, and the icon would look over her shoulder yet again.
Seriously? We've only just begun.
And stomps over, notices the issue, and without saying anything further, would take that glaive and would slash at it thrice. Let's see. Are you joking? All three miss as she rolls a 2, a 3, and a 4. What the fuck?
Well,
Is that you?
As it looks like this facsimile has yet to fully emerge out of the mirror, and all three slashes would scratch the mirror heavily, but there appears to be some sturdy magic in place as it doesn't affect the facsimile at all.
Oh, well, shit. How embarrassing.
Well, at least knows to copy the good bits of me.
Garrick?
I'm going to need that friend, and I wish to disarm him of his warhammer. Look, I know that I'm probably not going to hit me, but I know that I could wrestle with me.
Okay. I suppose this is... What is this? Grappling rules, I think?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's fair. Yeah, alright. I believe you're making an athletics check, and it is making either athletics or acrobatics. It's going to do athletics, because he's a strong boy.
Come
I
on, bud.
believe Mind Sliver comes into effect here, too.
The Mind Sliver didn't... Wait a minute.
Oh,
that,
it didn't connect?
No.
Yeah, that didn't
Yeah.
connect.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it passed.
DC
rolled a-
20.
It rolled a 21.
Wow.
Ah,
Damn.
no, it's copying all of my good shit, too.
As you would get a firm grasp on the Warhammer, but it's a lot more like you than you anticipated, as it would twirl the Warhammer and kind of butt your hand away with the rear of the hammer. Is that your go?
I don't really have anything I can do with bonus action, so I suppose so. And just gonna say things like, nope, yep, it's copying all of my best features.
Yeah. Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da. Let's see what it can do. What do you got? All right. It would fully emerge, hopping onto the now destroyed table. It would give a magical tap to said Warhammer, and you would see the Warhammer glow with a spectral power as it casts magic weapon. And with that, it is going to make a swing against you, Garrick.
Oh,
Let's see how
no.
it does.
I'd like to point out that it has disadvantage because of the Thunder Gauntlets.
Well, missed anyways.
Yep.
As it would clang into the curtain, tearing it, and it would flurry the Warhammer, ready to go for more. Rin.
Murder.
Oh my god! What you're stealing my rolls, you asshole! Obviously, that's a crit, so go ahead.
Yes!
Roll the
Jesus
damage.
Christ! What the fuck is happening? Alright.
Damage.
And you would grip your fist, perturbed by this disgusting facsimile of Garrick, and would clock it square in the jaw as there is a crack. Its head jerks upwards, and this electrical thunder damage would course all through its rather large body as it is jolting in place a little bit. It is severely distorted now.
To be honest, I'm projecting my previous interactions with the real one onto this one and venting out the anger.
Evidently,
Seeker's
yes.
Shooting. Again.
That is a hit.
3 damage.
All right.
30?
It's looking really beat up, but it is still solidified. Dagny.
Tried and true. Make an intelligence save.
Okay. Let's see what it can do. Come on. Yeah, that's a failure, my friend.
Taking 4 psychic.
As it would take the 4 psychic to the 4 HP that it has remaining, and you would see its head tear at the back and would tear all the way to the front as the head splits in half and the rest of the facsimile disappears, ending combat.
Fucking did it again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pull the curtain.
You would.
Yeah.
Look at you go. You seem more than capable. What were you complaining about?
Just because we're capable doesn't mean we're suicidal.
Oh, I never said anything like that. It's just curious. You're all so capable even against all odds, even under exhaustion. I wonder where your strength wells from. Well, no sense wondering about it. Anyways, we have some dangers to keep clearing. You all seem very capable, so I'll take the right path if you wish to meander over to the left.
Very well.
Good. You all seem fine. I have faith.
With that, the icon is going over down this way and is inspecting the scenery below.
Garrock, I believe it would be in our best interest not to carelessly interact with things here.
I mean, in what world was I expecting a facsimile to swing at me?
This one, apparently. Nonetheless, that vial over there. We should inspect it for danger. Try not to
don't
touch it, Garrock.
I mean, I
Watching
didn't
us.
touch the last one, and look where it happened anyway.
The
That's why
thing
it's-
is watching us.
We shall send Seeker, then. By the way, B-Man, my
Yeah.
previous check for bullshit in this area, how'd that go?
Well, now that we're out of combat, I will tell you. Let's see what your roll was. So scroll the fuck up. You rolled 23?
Yep.
Pretty damn good. Yeah, you would take a look at the local area and would take in the sights and sounds and dangers. So obviously the main point of interest would be this vial that is on a pedestal. And you can see that there is a very ornate construction to the jar that is containing this strange, almost sentient liquid. Although there are some notable compromises on the top, it almost looks like a piece is missing. And there's a soft glow coming from the top piece. Almost as if it was lost and was replaced with something else. Further to its south, there is a strange amalgamation that is just behind it. Bit of a unnatural complexion. As if it's made of a material that you haven't quite seen before. Perhaps wood, but it's been treated in a way that you're unfamiliar with. And with your good roll, you would see there is a seam line going perfectly down the middle. And from the faintest trace of that seam, there is a teal glow coming from within. Perhaps there is something contained in there, something potentially interesting. However you choose to interpret that. To the farther north, this is definitely the highest concentration of whatever energy is in this water that you've seen. The water is thick here, almost viscous. It's got this almost fractal appearance to it, as though the concentration of tiny crystalline structures is at its highest. You would see floating among this center here are small little frayed wisps, which resemble a strong familiarity to the creature you fought. They appear to be in some sort of it's like a choreographed dance with the others. You can see that there is a great deal of energy that is seemingly being sapped from the pool and being absorbed into the increasingly elongating tendrils coming off of them.
There's more of them in there.
That is what I warned us about.
To clarify for the evil Kool-Aid, you said the lid was missing, so the top is uncovered, allowing the liquid into the open air from the exterior?
No. There's a specific ornateness to this jar, and the lid almost seems to be jammed on there, as if there was, at one point, a similarly designed lid, which would match the bottom, but it looks almost like rough iron that has been jammed on there in its place. It's just that piece doesn't look like it belongs with the rest of the jar.
Gotcha. I'm gonna send Seeker off to inspect the glowy shenanigans happening from that seam, while Rin is keeping a decent distance away from the evil Kool-Aid while inspecting it to try and see what the hell all of this, what's going on with it.
Okay. You would observe it for a little while, and it would churn within its vial as it stares you down. There's no doubt about it that there is intelligence to this, and it seems to have a particular interest in you, opposed to Dagny or Garrick, who are standing right behind you. Make a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
You
There it
motherfucker.
goes. I knew this would happen.
Oh, God. Save with disadvantage. Just fuck me.
Got yourself some debuffs. Oh no!
Ah, nat 1. What does that get him?
Oh boy, that's juicy.
God damn it, like looking at something, it's like, K die.
Hey, look. That lesson is coming to fruition already.
Die in a ditch.
Look at that.
Like, I can't stop from looking at something that's out in the open. At least the fucking mirror was covered.
Yeah, but like you
it's-
still that one was obviously evil.
It's almost like your mind is particularly vulnerable to outside influence at the moment.
Yeah, gee, I wonder why. Thanks, Get Rock, for that.
I had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, right.
You would begin to hear whispers all around you, as if there is something that is churning within the air around your suit. It's unintelligible until they get seemingly closer and closer within a matter of seconds, until you can hear the voice inside your head speaking rather clearly to you.
You seek knowledge. Our goals are aligned, and we can assist one another.
And given that you have failed this save, you have an unnatural curiosity that is accompanied by this voice. Granted, you're not ignorant to the dangers of this, but your intrigue in this is very strong. It's almost like you get the idea that it can sense that you've been hearing things recently and have had many things on your mind, want answers, and this thing in a place like this just may have said answers, if tried carefully.
Okay. So it's kind of like a charm, in at least a bit, in a way, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're not like totally entranced by this per se, but you're dropping the initial, okay, this is an enemy. Like you are in a state where you said, okay, this thing is obviously reasonable, if that makes sense. It's like a half charm. You can think of it that way.
Okay. I guess I'll speak aloud to this, because I'm uncertain, and I'm not about to hold a private conversation with something about
Right.
this, because I don't trust it for shit. Oh, you would so freely offer such things.
Naturally. Look at me. What more do I have here? Making a friend is far more advantageous than making a foe. We have similar origins, I would reckon.
An interesting prospect. However, I would require more information about the nature of yourself before making any form of decision.
Is that thing
Rin.
talking to you?
It is.
Who are you talking?
It
What?
seems to have created a telepathic link with myself.
And that doesn't concern you at all?
I can tell the difference between possession and simple verbal telepathic contact, Gerok.
That doesn't mean its intentions are good, Rin.
As I said, I asked for more information on this being. I will share it with the two of you as well, to ease your concerns.
Well, we have one easier way of finding out what it is.
Oh,
Remember the scrolls we were given? We have yet to use them.
I prefer
That is true.
to hear what this one has to say before falling back on such invasive methods.
You think that because it has a sense of intelligence, it's not capable of lying?
I'm well aware of that fact.
All this time I've just been looking at Rin and seeing the thing in my periphery.
Mm-hmm.
I don't expect to get any sort of acknowledgement from it, but I'm gonna look on it and kind of glean what I can get just from, if I can glean any sort of intent from this thing.
Okay. You are looking for more so a motivation or a social cue per se from this thing than anything else.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, roll insight.
But yeah, after talking with those two here, I'll look back to this being and make a gesture for it to continue and answer my query.
Okay. And as for Dagny, with your roll, this is some amalgamous thing. It's not like it's human. That much is very evident. And you would kind of give the context of this place a once over. That everything around here is either more or less just a body or just a mind. This appears to be some careful assembly of the two. And you would imagine that if anything, it must have gone through a similar process as everything else around here, more or less, given it's all part of the same experiment. So, if anything, this must have been some limited success of whatever they were trying to accomplish here. As for what further goals it would have after achieving this form, is hard to be certain without investigating this place any further.
Can I kind of look for any sort of like arcane properties that have been written around the jar that it's in?
I suppose so, yeah. We'll come back to you. Just roll Arcana for now, because I imagine you'll be standing here observing it. But
Yes.
in the meantime, Rin, your query to this thing would be answered.
This place was not without sacrifice, was not without intent. We are much of the same, Ren. I am without a body, not a sustainable one. And I would argue, you are in a similar position. The work done here can benefit the both of us. All you have to do is keep an open mind. Revelations do not come to those who are not perceptive to change.
Go on then.
This place. It had its successes. Regrettably, the toll taken on those who sacrificed to achieve said successes are no longer in any mortal form to benefit from this. However, seeing as you're here, the game has now changed. There is a wealth of knowledge just on the other side of that wall behind you. You have much to gain from this. And if I instruct you on how to access this, I request but one thing in return. So you may gain your knowledge, and I may gain my own will beyond the glass.
And what would that be, specifically?
Do you believe that I enjoy sitting here for all eternity? Sitting here among ruin. I once had a goal to kill the things that slaughtered humanity like cattle. Everything that I had sacrificed to gain this knowledge, these powers, and I am unable to utilize any of it. Do you not see how that could be maddening to anyone in such a position?
Of course, I can see that. Existing in a cage is a horrendous fate. But the question I am specifically asking, this container you're trapped in, you have made mention that you are desiring something else to contain you. What would you have in mind?
You needn't do anything other than undo a seal. It is just to the wall beyond me. This will allow me, at long last, to use the knowledge I bear to apply to the world we now live in. Tell me, how is the world outside following the genocide? What remains of humanity?
Rin, what's it saying?
I did want to do an insight check before I answer that question over its general intentions, truthfulness, and what it mentioned of that door behind me leading to knowledge. I'm just essentially giving him a good old vibe check, or pretty much trying to ascertain if he's playing me or not.
Roll insight.
Don't. No, I'm not going to curse myself.
Oh, there you go.
I want to
Good.
use inspiration just to see if I can get higher, because this is important.
Negative. However, given what you can ascertain, being beguiled by the conversation of this thing, it's not like it's not making any sense. What you have known about this place so far is that this was some sort of experiment by which you can imagine to be people. And as you could reasonably suspect, if it's trying to give you hints on where the good stuff is around here, that it would want to not be trapped in a prison for any longer. As for its intentions, it's regrettably unclear because you really don't know what it might do once it has mobility. However, as far as this proposal goes, it doesn't seem to be trying to gyp you in any perceivable way.
So pretty much the deal it's proposing is, as you said, I'll tell you where all the good shit is, and all you have to do is undo a seal.
Yes. Yeah, you can ascertain the deal is legitimate. As for what it might want once it's able to move on its own will, you really have no way of knowing.
Did I glean anything from the Arcana check I made? It was a 22.
All you can discern from that is this jar definitely has some magical warding properties. Definitely something abjurational that has been applied to it. It's not an ordinary jar. Given that there is a strange, rough iron cap on top, you imagine that it may have not been either completed in time or someone opened it and they just straight up melted iron over it in an attempt to reseal it.
Okay, the journal that I found, does it mention something like this?
As mentioned, anything beyond the simple architecture notes from the dwarves has been blotted out. So, regrettably, no. It does incite that there are magical somethings around here that come from very far away. You imagine this is probably one of them.
Rin, I think this is one of those arcane creations. I think someone may have opened it before. You see the iron cap? It's sealed for a reason.
I'll address the creature again. Have you a name?
I had one. When I was but a human. My name was Andros. Whether or not you still choose to call what I am now is up to your own discretion.
Say I do free you from that prison of yours. What would be your immediate actions?
I have had a long time to consider this question. The first step would be to seek out the entities which constituted the state of the world we now live in. All that we seek to gain here is to separate us from the ire of the entities. We don't know why they suddenly decided that all humans must become extinct. We wondered if it was something within our own bodies, something worldly, or perhaps something in our minds, something less tangible, something beyond. So, we decided to separate body from mind to try to figure out which it was. I intend to complete this study.
A fascinating hypothesis. I would imagine you would need subjects for testing, would you not?
Subjects. Rin,
This is turning into quite the fun conversation. I can only hear half of it.
I'll turn to the others and give a motion of it's all right. I'm not making a immediate decision here. I'm not going to do anything brash. But does the creature respond to that?
Subjects? That was their question towards it?
well,
Yeah, I pretty much said to it, that's an interesting hypothesis that it has, the research here. And I asked it, obviously, to continue research, as it said, you would need subjects, yes?
Okay. And it would churn in its jar for a little while and would reply.
You're looking at one. In fact, given how deep you are into the stronghold, I imagine you found many. I had almost reached our goal Everyone else fell short, then fell together, and then became something less. Something less than human. As for what that means and what we are, ultimately, it proves nothing. Everyone here chose to make a sacrifice, and it's up to you if you want all that they sacrificed to go to waste. Why would you come here only now, I wonder? What happened beyond the stone here?
The situation on the surface has deteriorated from your past experiences. Humanity is slated for extinction by some external force. Perhaps these entities you have made mention of. I shall mull over what you have said. I must confer with the two here before I give you an answer.
If what you say is true, then this is more than just a simple choice. This is now your responsibility. Is it not the burden on your shoulders to find knowledge exactly like this?
I am well aware of the obligation I have to humanity and the knowledge that could save it. There is no need to convince me on that fact.
And to put it simply, as I stated upon first contact, our goals are aligned.
You would hear a slash echoing further on, as you imagine the icon of veneration has just felled another husk before heading back over, and would notice that you're more or less in the same position as before, as she looks over once again.
Oh? Falling asleep, are we?
No.
Nothing of the sort. We are simply studying something of interest.
Really? Then perhaps you could bring me up to speed. What do we have here?
That is a creature that can apparently talk.
Just to clarify, it's a dross, he said, right?
Andros.
Andros.
I'll answer her question and inform everyone else as well, because they only heard one side of that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
This is Andros. Or, well, what he has become from the work done in this place. To inform you, he has created a telepathic link with myself for communication.
I've heard enough. Telepathic link. You do understand this is all the telltale signs of an entity. Does that look human to you?
I have eyes, so no, it does not.
And it touched your mind.
Yes. Though I am able to tell the difference between a force puppeting me around and one simply communicating.
No, you wouldn't know the difference. Not against the enemy. This needs to be taken care of with extreme prejudice.
At that point, Dagny is gonna go ahead and step in front.
Yep, here we go.
Oh, has it beguiled your mind as well, Dagny?
I've only heard one side of the conversation.
Good. Pray you don't hear the other. Out of the way.
No.
She is pushing you out of the way.
I'm gonna resist.
All right. Let's see. I believe this would be contesting athletics checks, I
What?
suppose.
This is going to turn into a fight? Well, I didn't see this coming.
What a shame.
Well,
As with a very large hand, she would grab you by the arm and would pull you aside as she would step over you.
and I'd like to pull her back.
I'm sorry, what are you doing?
And I would like to pull her back.
You're gonna pull on the icon?
Yeah, I'm literally just going to pull on her arm and just be like, okay, hold on, first of all.
She's not going to let you pull her an inch. So if you're trying to actually move here, then it would be another round of contesting athletics.
Yes.
Depending on what you... Okay, all right.
And
So
I'm a size category larger for the purposes of doing this.
All right. Well, that would make you toe-to-toe with her.
Exactly.
So roll athletics. Oh my god. She rolled a 30
Wow.
With an athletics.
with athletics.
She
As
rolled a 30. She only has a +3.
it was a crit. It's a plus 10.
She has proficiency.
As you would get a firm grip, and with an almost inhuman strength, she would grab your wrist almost to a crushing force, would yank it off of her, and would effectively fling your arm, almost knocking you down.
Don't. Do you ever wonder how humanity fell so easily? We're not going to let history repeat itself. I refuse to let indoctrinated cartographers continue to jeopardize things any further. This is not going any further.
And you would see that she goes ahead and would cast an incantation on herself as she casts this.
Great human zealotry instead.
And with a bout of care, she would produce a cloth from her bag and would drape it over this vat and would then pick it up.
I'll tell you what, cartographers. I'm going to dispose of this disgusting thing, while you can keep an eye out for any further dangers. Or are you going to attempt to adopt their ideology too?
We'd be a lot more willing to listen to your side if you at least explained why. Aren't we supposed to be working together?
We are.
You're not doing a very fucking good job of it, are you?
Perhaps not, but it's not really up to me to keep you in the know. I'm here for my own reasons.
We are here for our own as well. To learn of Helios and everything contained within. To assist and save Highshire.
I would suggest adopting a more cautious approach when things begin to inquire back onto your own mind, Ren. Indoctrination is one of the key tactics that the entities used to turn humans against each other.
And blind zealotry is a better option.
I've seen enough of this to be certain.
Then by all means, if you believe me to be indoctrinated, why don't you use that protection from your god and try interacting with this being to see what it has to say. After all, an icon such as you should be immune to such things.
Your perception on Zula's influence is rather poor at best. Having blind faith to Zula is not an all-access pass to keeping a right mind. As advantageous as she may be, it is not an excuse to be ignorant of the world.
Are you saying
Well-
that your god is infallible?
I am saying don't be stupid.
For somebody who just said being ignorant's a bad thing, you sure as fuck don't want to tell us what's going on there, ever.
Believe me when I say I have my own reasons. After all, Zula exists based on the unity of mankind. Indoctrination is the antithesis of this idea. So bringing Zula into a matter like this is particularly sensitive.
Yet you forced your hand into here anyway, by the power of Zula.
You can believe what you want. I have said my piece, and this vial is going to be destroyed. You may feel free to inspect the rest of this place, assuming you are within your right minds. This needs to be dealt with.
If that's the case, I'm within my right mind to tell you you can go and do it your fucking self.
Naturally.
As the icon would step over the two of you and is taking this thing away. She seems pretty set in her ways, despite all attempts to be reasonable or forceful.
Yeah, I'm
At
like
which-
90%
yeah.
sure she's pocketing it when we're not looking.
At which point, Dagny, as soon as she leaves the room, she kind of collapses down to the ground and is just in a coughing fit.
I look forward to having this conversation in Highshire with those in charge. Are you okay, Dagny?
I'll move over to assist in some manner, some capacity. Not sure how.
Merrick's would stand up to her if he was here.
Yes, well, I'm afraid we're in no condition to risk a violent encounter with that one.
She knew it too. She did this. She made us this way.
All we can do now is see what we can learn from what else is in this place.
I feel like the only thing that would have given us any information has just been stolen.
It mentioned
Did-
a room with information. I intend to find it. If you are
Did it say-
able, come along.
Yeah,
it said
at
it
which
was-
point Dagny will just pull out her arcane cane and use it to help herself stand up.
Yeah.
Well, it said it was behind us, and unfortunately the only thing behind us is a solid wall and a mirror that wants to copy us.
Yeah. By the way, for Seeker, who was during that conversation checking out that glowy seal of this thing, how's that been going for him for his little task there?
It would be further inspecting this, and the line that's running along the length of this. There's not much to really extract from it. Description has already been stated. This looks like some sort of modified wood that has been transmogrified in some way. But the glow is soft and mostly consistent with a small flickering to it. Not unlike the water that is surrounding you. It's actually pretty similar. There's not much else you can discern.
I wanted to ask if Seeker could try and pry it open a little bit with his little mechadendrite grippy grabbers.
Okay. I will say for Seeker, go ahead and I guess just make a strength roll.
All right. He's good at that.
Is he now?
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think he's
Minus
getting in there, Chief.
Surprisingly, with as terrible of a grip as Seeker got on this, you really don't think Seeker's doing too much, but you still see a quiver or two coming from this. It looks like it's not really hard to get open, but alas, Seeker by itself is unsuccessful.
I'll
Right.
quickly send over a mage hand while looking at Garrock.
That conversation you had with it. What was the thing that would let it be released?
Unsealing its container, as it stated.
Then what does that have to do with anything? Pointing over the glowy woody thing. And Seeker up on it.
I imagine there is something of interest residing within, and I'd like to inspect things outside of the gaze of that icon.
Well, it looks like it's fucked off, so you can do that freely. Better if we did that from the start, but
Quickly.
Yeah, I'm sending over my mage hand to fucking finger whatever this is.
Okay. Your mage hand would attempt to pry at this, attempting to grab a handhold at this, and upon even just the slightest of contact with the mage hand, you would see almost like a faint mechanical quiver coming from this again. But pull as all you might with your mage hand, in conjunction with Seeker still doing what it can, nothing happens.
would you like some help with that?
I mean, it
As I
seems
said
like he needs.
before, I don't believe direct contact is the best course of action. If anything, my suit should protect me. Move aside.
Knock yourself out?
Be careful,
Yeah, don't get possessed again.
please.
I'm gonna try and very carefully, ready for anything to spring out and try to fortify my mind, because that's what this place seems all fucking about. Gonna try and
It's gonna be
fortify my mind for an assault or an effect coming at it while I'm fucking with this thing.
Okay. How are you fucking with it? You're just like trying to I guess pry it.
Yeah, with Seeker, Mage Hand, and also my own new gripper grabbers.
Okay. You would extend your own hand to this in an attempt to open it. And without even needing to apply any semblance of force, the second your hand makes the lightest contact with this, it would quiver again as it had before 2 times. But rather than a quiver followed by nothing, it immediately opens to reveal a suspended in the air moving glob of glowing water, which is, in fact, very angry. Roll for initiative.
Of
Fucking
course.
hell.
You were ready for this one, so there's no surprise rounds.
Yeah. Everything's a trap, I guess. Fuck. Like we said glow, I thought like it was a small glow. This thing
I mean,
is pretty
it's-
huge.
It's glowing water.
Yeah.
All right.
Fuck me, cherry. There it is. Fuck me, ×2.
Careful what you wish for there, Chief.
Guess I'll move here so I'm not inside it. There we go.
So you know when you said you needed some fresh water?
Okay. Garrick. as anticipated, this does have some not so desired consequences to opening this thing.
Honestly, on the list of things that could have happened, this is about the middle at this point, given this place. One Toll the Dead, please.
Toll of the Dead. All right. It will make a wisdom saving throw. It fails. And would take the 6 necrotic damage. Okay.
I get the feeling smashing it with an ordinary hammer is not going to do much damage against water.
Let me see. Excuse me while I move a few things around. Sorry about that. Okay. It would be the water weird's turn. It has something to say about the one who released it. Amazingly, it's not anything nice.
I
me
wonder,
roll.
actually. I still do have... Is this water creature comprised of the same crystalline water all around us?
Yes, it is.
I wonder... I guess if it were the case, you would have made mention of it, but yeah, my soup's filled with that shit. Not sure if that would do anything, but no.
Yeah, that is a rogue element right now. Anyways, that's a 20 to hit.
Me?
Yes. Alright,
Yeah.
let's roll some damage. Da-da-da-da. Hold on.
Do this to me.
Alright. This thing would wrap around you as you become grappled, taking 13 bludgeoning damage.
Great.
As you would see, many of its tendrils would wrap around you, and they seem intent on fully enveloping your helmets.
Right.
As
It was 13, you said.
13 bludgeoning damage, yes.
Okay.
Alright. And Dagny, your go.
I'm gonna back up a bit. And,
Just a little bit.
yeah, like, she's gonna do something she hasn't done before. She's gonna pull out the light crossbow she has,
Oh.
and she's gonna shoot at it.
So a 5.
Alright.
So 14 to hit.
You hit.
6 piercing.
As you would see, your bolts would enter this body of water. You're basically shooting floating water with a crossbow bolts. You feel like that could have done more.
But it does end up eventually in something solid. Rin.
Oh no. Ren, you are... Is it... Hold on a second. Was it grapple or restrain? Okay. Grapple ends. Oh, you are restrained. Okay, my mistake. Yes, yeah, you're being grappled by water.
Well, I'm not in any danger of drowning, so that's good.
Yeah. You brought your diving suit.
Guys, I'm being attacked by water in a diving suit. Oh no!
Right. Christ. Well, I kind of have to use it. Am I able to reach in and dig something out of my bag of holding while restrained?
I don't think so. Your hands aren't usable while you're restrained. I don't think. Like, you'd have to like be able to reach over there, grab, like, you can't, like, you're unable to use your arms, I believe. Think of like being tied up at the waist by a rope.
Okay. So fuck. Yeah, I'm not strong enough to fucking break out of this. So I guess
You
I
can
just
certainly
let-
try.
Well, it's probably not gonna end well for me. Can I try and study this creature to see if there is any information I could figure out and convey to the others that would help in this fight while I'm restrained by it?
I would say while you're actively being constrained, you're trying to study this creature to the best of your ability in an on-the-fly nature. I guess roll investigation.
Okay. investigation, you said.
Yes.
I forget. Is the Oratorn thing on my sheet?
Oof. Yes, it is. It's a passive ability.
Advantage on Arcana and Perception rolls. Oh, that doesn't affect investigation.
Yeah,
right?
you're boomsting rather than kind of like being on the lookout, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really hard to think right now, given you are suffering from this Oratorn thing, which is it's almost like you are under the effects of overstimulation, where you are very perceptive to things, but actually thinking on these perceptions is rather hard. And in this moment, it's hard to gain anything other than the fact that this is anomalous water you poorly understand.
Seeker, fly up to the ceiling and then shoot at it. Pikachu, I choose you.
That's a hit.
1.
3.
Whoa.
It did something.
Yeah.
Garrick.
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna do a bunch of the same thing, really.
All right. All right, let's check out that wisdom save.
Actually, it'd be a D12.
It rolled a 1.
Taking damage.
Oh,
It will take...
Roll the d12. You can click on it.
Yep.
Nice.
9.
Woo.
Not bad. And you can see you are doing considerable damage to this, but it is still grabbing Rin very firmly.
Yeah, there's not much I can do about that part if I want to actually hit it as well.
Yeah. All
Being
right.
low on spell slots will do that to a man.
Yeah. Shit's rough. Let me see. Can't constrain. So I believe if you're already constrained, the attack would basically hit because it's already got you. So it is continuing to strangle you. Okay, we'll roll.
Thank you for that.
You take an additional 8 bludgeoning damage as this water is beginning to crush you.
Ow.
Dagny. Nothing's working.
Okay, I mean, alright. She doesn't have a bolt in the crossbow. She's gonna kind of use it to focus. And, she channels a cantrip to form a very precise, fire in the shape of a crossbow bolt.
Ooh.
And is basically trying to aim for the core of this thing.
All right. You're trying to go for its center of mass, essentially.
Yeah.
All right. I will say, if you roll a crit on this, you will effectively stun it in place. I will say right now. But other than that, it'd just be a normal attack roll. So go ahead and make your attack.
I'm gonna re-roll that with my inspiration.
Go ahead.
Oh.
17.
It hits.
That's 7 fire.
All right. As the fire would sizzle against this thing. Again, not the most effective way to harm water, but hey, you're definitely weakening it slowly but steadily. Rin.
I'm gonna try and break out.
Okay. This would be a... I think... Let me a second. Is this a... Oh, it's considered a grapple, so I believe you are doing either athletics
Or acrobatics.
or acrobatics. Your choice. Yeah. Regrettably, no. It's...
Seeker
Seeker hit.
There we go.
Pew.
That's my goal.
As the thing continues to wither down, it's definitely losing its composition. Garrick.
Have a guess what I'm gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna ring the bell.
Ding, 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 bitch. All right, make that wisdom save. Let's see. It fails
That's 10 necrotic.
and takes 10 necrotic. Very nice.
Ding dong, motherfucker.
This-
Only-
Water composed thing is beginning to leak. As you can see, a lot of the water's losing its animates and is leaking onto the floor, spilling into a glowing puddle. There is still a good amount of it left, and that good amount is encapsulating Rin. You would see that it is attempting to form a blob of water over Rin's helmet, but that's not actually doing anything, as Rin is Rin. But it is still crushing Rin as well, which you would take
Oh no, it's suffocating him with water.
13
hitting
bludgeoning damage.
I am unconscious again.
Damn.
As you go limp. As the life is squeezed out of you and you have your vision blacken and tunnel vision. And with that, the water weird would release you as you clamber onto the ground unceremoniously. And that is the end of the water weird's turn. Dagny.
Yeah. She's pissed at this point. Because freaking another person fucking went unconscious. Basically using the crossbow, forming an arcane bolt of fire, and shooting.
All right.
It's fucking 13.
That actually hits.
It's 9 fire.
All right. As it resists the damage, but still takes a good sum of it. Anything else?
That's my turn.
Rin, death save.
You did it to cut me off. Where do I click that?
Let me see.
Or try to just roll d20.
Just roll a
D20.
d20. It
Oh,
really
wait.
it's. Oh.
No, it's right there.
Oh yeah, if you're down, it should have the little like checkbox thing. That is one failure.
That is a who.
Yeah,
It's not a good
Seeker
time.
still works, even if I'm incapacitated / unconscious.
Yeah, it was working fine when you were down the first time. Garrick.
Oh, so it's shooting off.
No, that's fine. Yep, that hits. Roll damage. 3. It's certainly looking pretty torn up, but still active. It will roll its save. And fails.
Oh, another 7.
Another 7. This thing is barely still together.
Lovely. Well, I know what's about to happen next.
This thing has long tentacles that could reach.
Ow.
And it
Just
is
move over
going
here.
to attempt to go for... Oh, hey, look at this guy! Look at this guy!
I know how to move with my legs.
As it's seemed intent on you, Garrick, but as you move out of range,
Nope.
there's something else it can go for. Never mind, it rolled a 1. As it would lazily put a... It was very intent. It was kind of like a half-ass slap that goes wide and misses Seeker. Dagny, it definitely might go down with the right move.
Fuck it. She just throws the crossbow on the ground.
It's going to do a big think save and rolls a 15 and passes.
Serious?
Somehow.
Motherfucker!
Somehow. Rin, death save. Oh god, that is not looking good. That's not looking good at all.
Yeah, that's not very good.
Garrick,
Shit.
this is dire.
Yeah. It's gonna suck, but sure, I'll do it, I guess. Rin owes me one medicine check
As you
to
attempt
stabilize.
to stabilize Rin. All right, medicine check.
Fortunately, I have proficiency in medicine, so it's a pass.
Wow. All right. Just barely manage to stabilize Rin, as you've seen what is beneath the suit.
I
And
know
you make
what
a
the
proper.
important bit is.
Yeah, you, given the damage, given that you now know his anatomy, or her anatomy, I should be saying, would apply pressure in just the right way to stabilize what otherwise would have been a fatal blow. And Rin is stable. Which brings
And
us
now
to
I'm about to get slapped.
the Waterbeard's turn.
Yep,
Who
here we
was
go.
still looking at Seeker, and the Seeker didn't move, so it's still gonna go for Seeker Boy. As it rolls a 21 and constricts Seeker.
No!
As Seeker takes 8 bludgeoning damage and is now constricted. And it gets pulled. I'm just gonna put him here. As you hear a groan of metal, Garrick, as this little metal bot is being crunched. There's not much keeping it together right now.
Better it than me.
Dagny, this is still looking bad, but this thing is looking very weak. One well-placed shot might do it.
Yeah. Fucking firebolt. $16.
Hits, and would take the 6 reduced resistance. As you would shoot fire to this, it would explode as steam would erupt, and much of it begins to dissipate. And there is but a sliver of this thing still awake. Rin, you are unconscious.
I imagine Seeker can still shoot, because kind of his face is his weapon.
Yeah, there's nothing really stopping him from doing that, so go ahead and make... It is a ranged weapon attack,
And
technically.
he's constrained,
Yeah.
so he'd
And
have
he's
double
constrained.
disadvantage if a thing was possible.
I'd say just straight roll at disadvantage.
Okay. That's probably not it, but I'll do it anyway.
11.
It would impact the ground as it is being shaken violently and would unfortunately miss.
Okay.
Garrick.
Alright then, let's see if we can get this thing killed.
All right. It's going to make that save.
Now, worst damage with the D12,
It
but oh well.
fails. And as you apply this final toll of your bell, it would create a necrotic wave that washes over this water. And you see the water fizzle in reaction. And all at once, there would be a loud splash, and a glowing puddle would form on the ground as this thing is destroyed. Ending combat.
Time
Yeah.
to be unconscious for half the session again.
I'm gonna just pick up Ren. I'm gonna look at Dagny. We're leaving. There's no reason to stay here. And also, the next thing we opened that could have given us a slight bit of hope literally attacked us and almost killed someone again. We're not staying here.
Alright. I'm gonna run over and grab whatever remaining books are in this, well, what's smashed on the table, whatever's left that hasn't been essentially torn apart.
Okay. You would grab the remaining stack of books and would shove them all into your bag.
Mm-hmm.
And while that's going on, echoing through the entire chamber, you would hear... That was very loud and very sudden.
Very suddenly, I'm more motivated to get out of here.
Can I tell which direction it came from?
Roll perception.
11.
It definitely came from originating from back the way it came, but like that could split off into who knows how many directions. It wasn't ahead of you, that's for sure.
Gosh, I sure hope that fucking icon stepped into that lightning trap. That would be funny, at least.
That would be.
Right, come on, Rin, you heavy fucking piece of junk. And yeah, I'm just gonna drag Rin with me, and I assume Sika is working.
Yep.
Come on, you heavy bastard, let's go.
Should I put myself in?
I'm just saying for the purposes, I'm just
Yeah.
carrying you, so yeah.
Okay.
And out we go.
Away you would go. And as you arrive back here, you would hear heavy metal footfalls as the icon of veneration returns from their task, approaching here. And would see all of you. You can see that the container is no longer in their hands.
Oh? Done so soon?
We're leaving.
Yeah. Bye.
What happened here? You had proven yourselves capable, but perhaps I was wrong to leave you to your own devices.
Well, see, believe it or not, when we said that we were actually injured, we were being serious, and then for some reason, some dumbass commander said that we should go further into the danger.
Oh wow, what a shitty commander.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
soldiers.
is why I'm going to ignore whatever you're going to say next and leave. Goodbye.
Well, have fun. Doors open. Both of
Yeah.
them.
Fucking hope so.
Wait, both?
Yes?
You went to the circle.
I was able to discern that it was something I could use to dispose of the trash. So, I took one problem, and another problem, married the two, and created a solution to both.
Good for you.
I do hope your cosmic interests assist you in your further struggles. They've gotten you this far.
Yeah, Garrick's just done with this conversation.
Yeah, like.
Not having any more of her shit, you give her
Yeah.
no quarter and would leave, assumingly out here.
Yep.
Yes.
Right. Exiting the dungeon and returning back to the light of day, you would go forward. Let me see. You can see it's into the early afternoon at this time as you would step out, and the occasional passing rain cloud is present in the sky, but it is widely clear. It seems like Baromir did a good job on assuring that the way out was in fact safe, as you breathe in fresh air once again, well-needed reprieve from the stillness of the stagnant air from within the cave.
Try and see if we can find at least some shelter. Away from here.
I mean, this valley is about as safe as it would get. And I have no interest in going back in there.
No.
Just find a spot with some overhang and just sit there for a bit, I suppose.
Yes. Let's go.
you would begin to search for cover, to lay low for a little while. And then taking your first few paces, you do hear there is a rustling of a nearby bush from atop the ravine, as you would see a familiar face poke out from the side of it, looking down at the three of you. It's Baromir. Way is safe, as promised.
Great. I hope you don't mind if we take a little break. We've had further complications, as you're already aware of.
Such is the way of Helios, always so unforgiving. I see that one of you is taking an impromptu nap.
Not
Yeah.
of her own volition.
Where is the icon?
Back in the cave.
Quite frankly, she can stay there for all I care.
Yes, she was a bit pushy, but I'm sure she has her reasons. I'm surprised she didn't recognize me. I swear at one point or another she may have been on my ass, back inside the walls for business propositions I had gotten tied into. But I see that such things are trivial nowadays, so I won't complain.
She used to work inside the walls.
Oh, sure. As far as I'm concerned, she has been everywhere. She goes wherever she wants, I guess. I don't know much about the officials. They always were an enigma to me.
Unfortunately, when people tend to rise higher in ranks, they tend to forget where they come from.
Well, I suppose you can trust me, bottom feeder scum.
You would be not too far off the mark, to be perfectly honest at this point.
Well, given everybody that I was traveling with is now dead, I could keep a distant eye on you, given that you are the only friendly anything I have found out here so far. Perhaps the cartographers are not as bad as people seem to think.
I don't understand where their reputation came from, really. It's just random people trying to make the area better.
Well, people have reservations of all kinds about sending people out into no man's land. You hear good and bad.
Well, not surprising given things are so dire. If you don't quite feel like waiting around and want to do some more scouting, I do have the spyglass that might be able to help you.
That would be a tremendous asset.
Obviously, I'll be wanting it back, that should be going without saying, but I believe you should be able to get some use out of this right now.
Of course, I can survive without it, despite the temptation to keep it for myself.
Well, in that case then, enjoy, knock yourself out. I'm going to be taking a seat. And with that, he ever so casually dumps Rin on the floor.
You would
Let's take a
see
seat.
Baromir, with expert acrobatics, would climb up a nearby tree and extends this eyeglass and gives a 360 sweep of the area. Looks like he's taking in the sights.
I think at
These are the
which point...
people we have to report to on a regular basis.
Not that icon, at least. Like he said, she goes wherever she wants.
Yeah, it's no wonder they want her out of the city. She's a pain in the ass.
I do wonder, though. Why would she be searching for cosmic energy? That sounds fishy to me.
Of course it's fishy. I didn't trust her the moment I saw her, and the fact that our other friend has all but disappeared as a result of it. Yeah, I couldn't trust her as far as I could throw her, and given her heavy ass, probably only a foot at most.
Nevertheless, anytime we see her around, we need to be on our guard.
Well, unfortunately, we don't possess the will or power in order to be able to tell her to fuck off.
Not right now. We need to find the star.
There'd be a clamoring from said tree. Baromir would come down from his post. About 300 meters north, there is a small indentation of rock. I have not personally scouted it, but I can for you if you'd like. A good overhang. It may be partially flooded given that the recent rains tend to fill such areas, since rock is a poor substance to drain water, but you should be mostly dry in there if you can find a nice cozy corner.
Did it seem clear at all, free of any auric energy?
Auric energy I can't promise. It's absent one moment and teeming through the stone another. As for more living threats, I did not see anything. But I can double check just to be sure.
Please do.
Yeah,
He
we're
gives a
going to
nod.
need at
with
least
his-
an hour here.
He gives a nod with a stoic expression and promptly heads north to check out the alcove that he spotted.
Well, while we're waiting, then, how long is Rin gonna be out for?
Let's see, I believe it was a D4, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
D4
I gotta roll
hours.
it. Let's see.
Let's see how you do.
I accidentally hit the button twice. Let me fix that.
Wow.
Hey!
Well, there we go then.
So,
We get to have a short rest, and after an hour, Rin is alive again.
yeah, this is a fantastic opportunity to take a good 10-minute break here. At the end of which, when we come back, the short rest will have been had, so roll your die as needed. Rin, you will be awake, and Baromir shall likely return.
Yeah.
I will use my arcane recovery to recover.
Oh god, my suit's gonna be so fucked right now. God.
Yeah.
Now, given you were crushed, not pierced, it's not actually compromised, but
Except
imagine
all
the
inner
component.
workings, yeah.
Yeah,
Plus,
that includes you.
I didn't really get to fix it the first time around because that was a short fix just to get standing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So,
going really well for Rin these days.
Yeah.
What a shame.
Things got real bad whenever that Garrett guy showed up. I wonder if it's a correlation.
Well, see, that's just coincidence.
Alright, 10-minute break you said?
yeah, 10-minute break, so 8:13.
All
Until
right.
then.
I'm gonna go have a sad cigarette because I'm angry.
Understandably so.
Y'all ever been to Juarez?
No.
Delicious, delicious. What at? Yeah, thinking on it, it was a super dumb idea to follow even after we got healed by that potion.
Yeah.
We were completely spent.
We had nothing.
But then again, we didn't really have a choice.
Hmm.
I can't believe Garrock's presence has an aura debuff. You should probably hide your tracks too. We don't want that bitch following us.
Yeah. I mean, you may need to ask Faramir if he can do that.
Better watch out for mosquitoes or in the plains. B-Man, please don't send a mosquito to come kill me.
How do you recognize this besides the name of the track?
I played
I don't know,
Valorant with you, don't you remember?
Barely.
I
feel like
You didn't
we
spend that
could,
long in the plains.
Yeah.
I feel like we could take on a dragon right now.
I
Might as
remember,
well, you know.
I remember the music.
Yeah.
Huh, good ear. That'll come in handy.
Yeah, if only I'm awake to hear things. Which, ever since the most recent
So as
sessions,
soon as
it's been
Rin
happening.
wakes up, DM, I'd like to inflict 1 bludgeoning damage.
Tonk. Nap time.
Oh god, I
Yeah.
wake up, you just like give me a gut punch.
Yep.
Nappy boy. You'll be sleeping with the fishes.
Prank wars. Here comes the gut punch prank whack.
All right. Everyone appears to be here and ready to roll.
Yes.
So, Baromir would, of course, return from his scouting operation to denote that the little alcove up north is clear. And I imagine having nothing further to do with this dreadful place, you would head over to the instructed area and would seek shelter.
Yeah.
And having an hour's time to lay low, you would gain the benefits of a short rest. Meanwhile, Rin, you are still stirring within your own suit among that less than ideal water.
Even though I did roll a 1, I do imagine it will take longer to fully come to my senses given the evil fucking soup I'm in that's disconnecting my mind from my body.
On the contrary, with your heightened senses, it would be a little bit easier to come to, as you would hear the various sights and sounds of the outside world of Helios. As the hour would pass, and you would slowly come to again with this teal haze that you have to look through to now view the world. And you are nested in this stone alcove that has slightly flooded, but there is a higher area where everyone is settled down and addressing their wounds and taking refuge after a difficult time, having left that place with one less person than you came in with.
Ah, fish tank's awake.
How are you feeling?
Rin is going to stagger off towards the... Where's the water?
So you can think of it as a small pond, and there's an embankment that's about like 4 or 5 feet off of the surface where everyone is taking refuge. Above that embankment, there's some outcroppings of rock that gives you shelter.
Alright, so it's enough to fit in somewhat comfortably.
Yes.
Right.
This water is about 6 feet deep at its center.
Yeah. Honestly, I can't stand this shit anymore. And not even carrying the drow is still here. I'm apparently here. I don't think everyone mentioned that this guy was here.
Well, you were unconscious, so if we did, you wouldn't have heard.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Rin, seeming out of it, is going to stagger over to where that water is.
Do you need any help?
Rin's going to turn to face you. You hear a mechanical whirring before the suit leans forward, almost kind of getting on its stomach as I imagine the tips of the boots are at the water's edge. As you hear a bunch of pressurized hisses, gears turning, and the like. As you see the back of the suit begin folding outward, allowing Rin to actually crawl out. As they do, they scoot back and away towards the pond, submerging themselves entirely.
So, Dagny, I have an interesting note.
Yes?
We want to break into the suit, we should do it from the back, not the front.
But yeah, Rin is definitely not in the mood for talking, it would seem, as they're just lying at the bottom of this pool, their eyes closed for a bit.
Hope there's no piranha in there, we haven't checked for that.
Dagny will go over and actually look.
You would head over. This water is pretty clean. It is fresh rainwater on an a divot of stone, and you would be able to see pretty clearly what goes on beneath the surface.
I think she'll be okay.
Okay.
But yeah, to the DM, I just wanted to lay in this new clean water until whatever is affecting me lessens, or at least wears off.
It feels good to finally be out of that tainted water, as you're finally within something more fresh. You were careful to spill the contents of your suit away from this puddle, so you had nothing but only the cleanest water to dive into. And it's fresh to the gills and feels wonderful, relaxing even, refreshing. You would look to your skin and see the occasional flicker of that same teal glow, as that stuff is still very much in your system. You imagine it's going to take some time before that's fully flushed out. But the immediate reprieve does ease your nerves considerably.
I will, while Rin is doing that, Dagny will go ahead and take off her shoes and actually put her feet on like the farthest edge of the pond. And she will start looking at the book she grabbed before they left.
Okay. You would take a look at the writings here and begin to sift through everything that you've got. This would take some time, and you would flip through a lot of what's in the contents here. And the majority of what you find is a lot of the same dwarvish instructions on mining techniques and whatnot. It seems as though they mentioned at many points vials of acid that they had used at certain points to more easily melt out and hollow out certain parts of it. Go ahead and roll 3 D100s for me.
Okay.
You would take a look at the stack of books that were kept off in a separate cubby and take a look at the first one, and you're almost jarred at how different the contents of this book is from the notes from the dwarves, as you would plainly read the cover of this book, 50 Shades of Drow.
Oh no.
Are you gonna skim it?
I will look at the first 2 pages.
Okay. You would get the
That's how it all
synopsis at the
starts.
beginning. And from what you can tell as a note from the author, this appears to be a bestseller among women as it details the finer points of the matriarchal society with tips on how to properly train and punish your what the fuck, your manservants while maintaining your femininity. This book would be banned only if only men would actually read it. What the fuck?
And that thought is exactly what goes through her mind. But she will close that up and put it back in her bag.
Excellent. As you would save that for later and continue to take another look at what the other remainders of this thing is, you would see there is another written, The Fall of Cavor. It appears to be a fictional piece about a more primitive type of early man fighting amongst themselves for control of the various key points of their territories. Despite it being noted as a fictional piece, there is some surprising resemblances to various parts of Helios that you have seen about fighting over the Great Circle, which sounds like the Great Ring, and denotes these great caves which apparently are these winding channels that lead right into the earth and have these glowing red flowers that the cavemen seem to be particularly fond of. Very interesting. It's not
Uh,
certain on whether or not these details have any semblance of truth.
hmm. She will set that off to the side and look at the last one.
You would take a look at the last one. And it is titled Illuminarium Battalia. And upon skimming this, it appears to be a manual of fighting with magic and steel. Very practical, you believe.
Luminarium. Luminarium of. What
Hold
was
on,
the full title?
I will paste it in chat for you.
Yeah. Hmm. Interesting.
And
She will start reading that.
you would go ahead and open up this particular book. And as you do, there would be some things that fall out of it on the first couple of pages. Some folded up parchment. This appears to be in very good condition. And upon inspection, you would see that it is a couple of pages that are denoting experimentation with magical devices, the description of which you've never really heard before. And beneath this, there is a couple more additional pieces of parchment. These are tarnished to the point where they're severely burned, but there's still various passages that do appear to be legible. It seems as though this may be something that was grabbed from a greater collection. Notions on various experiments of the body and mind and the connection they share.
Yeah, she's definitely intrigued. We'll keep reading.
Okay. I will narrate. Most of this, the vast majority, appears to have been deliberately attempted to be destroyed. There are 3 notable segments, however, that are legible. Let me see. As you would read, and would read one passage that is near the very beginning, which reads, "What is it about humans that makes these monsters so overcome with hatred? Is it a physical signature in our bodies? Or perhaps something more ethereal? An imprint we do not see ourselves? I believe understanding how these beings perceive us may gleam a critical clue in surviving the current madness." And much later, within what appears to be a preface, you'd find another article you can read that's not entirely tarnished. Despite all efforts to fight, they have killed countless civilizations. We cannot overpower these beings. I fear, as of the time of writing, we may be among the few bastions of humans left alive. If we are to survive, we must escape their perception. How they hunt us eludes our understanding. I seek to change that. What are humans compared to these creatures? What makes us so different? Identifying the difference is paramount. And a bundle of pages would be completely destroyed. It might as well have been charcoal. But there is a passage that is surviving through one of the last remaining bits of it. Through heavy cost, we have learned one thing of our cognition. The mortal mind is a fragile thing, forever teetering on the knife point of sanity above a void of madness. It has become clear why the entities have so little trouble indoctrinating us to adopt their genocidal ideology. The body and mind are forever in a carefully choreographed dance with one another. Should one misstep befall one half, its partner is doomed to follow suit. Consider our pursuits here, despite the revelations, a failure.
the writing in these notes? Does it look similar to the writing that's in the journal?
The journal from the dwarves.
Yes.
This is written in common and appears to be a distinctly different penmanship.
Someone was working together or was actually working on the same theory. I will put these notes in the bag, and I will continue reading the Illuminarum Battalia till there is some stirring from Rin,
Okay.
Well,
until it's time for bed.
in the meantime, then, while that's happening, there's just a single comment of, well, if we're all doing this. And, so, Dagny,
Yes?
how good are you at dodging a wave of water?
I'd rather not play with any shenanigans while I have a book in my hands.
Fantastic. Cannonball! And, just Garrock, shirtless, breeches, just jumps straight into the river.
Yeah, like immediately just using arcane deflection to make sure she doesn't get wet.
Oh god, is the pool big enough for him?
Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? I hope Rin can swim fast.
Ren, while you're doing whatever you're doing in terms of
Yeah,
recovery,
so I'm taking like a power nap at the bottom here, trying to get my head straight.
No moping for you.
there would be a sudden whoosh as a shock wave would rock you back and forth in place as a considerable sum of the water previously in this pool has been jettisoned into the sky. Some of it coming back down, a lot of it splashing over the edge and would dribble down the rock face. As you would look and see a mess of churned water and a very pleased with himself Goliath, who is sitting at the bottom of the pool about 10 feet away from you.
My eyes just snap open.
Like, even though he's still wearing the mask, you could tell that he's very smug about having just done this.
Get out.
No.
Be more like, no.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'd rather not breathe in whatever filth was covering you. Get out.
No.
No!
I'm having Seeker
Rin, you...
come over, and I want Seeker to just kind of like grab his hair. Does he have hair? I forget. Is he bald?
He has hair.
Yes,
What's-
but it's
yeah.
behind the mask.
I want Seeker to fucking fly over behind him, grab his hair, and begin trying to pull him out.
I mean, just could just slap it away. I mean, what's it gonna do? Out-grapple me?
I'm gonna say, given Seeker doesn't have a heck of a lot of weight, and Garrick, by tactical standards, is a large creature and is underwater, Seeker would tug very firmly on your hair, Garrick, and it does hurt a little bit, but he's not necessarily moving you the way that it was intending. It just seems to be a mild annoyance at worst.
If you're going to have your bug try and hurt me, you could at least do that properly.
And I'd rather have you not foul the water here.
Yeah, you don't own this water.
Is there a reason why you insist on antagonizing me?
Because you make you make being a friend very hard, so I thought I might as well have fun with it.
We are not friends, nor will
Exactly,
we
see?
ever be. So
Well.
get out this instant.
You know what? I think I'll have a wash in here.
I'm having Seeker whir up his laser.
Now,
You would see this.
I'm going to tell you once. Person who's no longer in their suit. has exactly one arm to their name and is currently still very injured. Don't. Okay?
Oh, of course. The moment you find someone in a weakened state, all of
It's
a sudden...
almost as if you're trying to threaten me with a weapon! I would suggest you stop.
Ren,
Otherwise, I'll use my own. And I'll
Ren.
beat you in your own fucking home. The water.
Enough, please. Ren.
Well, maybe you should tell Rin to stop shooting every weapon, every single time he doesn't get his own way like a petulant child. I tried to do something a little funny, and the first thing that happens is that I get a gun, or whatever that thing is, pointed at me, with intent to hurt, maim, or even kill. And I'm suddenly unreasonable, Ren, when I say the same. Okay, sure.
Fine then. I'll have Seeker stop, charging up the weapon. I won't bother
Good.
threatening you then.
Now,
To make you
if that...
understand what you are putting me through at this moment, how would you enjoy another person sweating profusely in your drink? Would you enjoy that sensation?
Well, I wouldn't know that, because, believe it or not, most people can't fit into my drinks. Look, if you're gonna be annoyed at me, that's fair. But bear in mind, you went unconscious again, and I had the option of not saving you in a dangerous situation. At least try and give me at least a little bit of leeway.
Fine.
After your own curiosity on top of that.
We've already lost one of Patrol 26. We cannot lose another. We're gonna keep each other alive for as long as possible.
Fine then. On that note, since you seem so intent on working as a team, Garrock,
Yes.
why don't you tell me about what we spoke of with Magnus?
And which thing was that?
This supposed god you follow.
Now, you really think that we should talk about that when you yourself just met a venerator that's no more than, say, an hour's away?
Fine then. I'll
I tell you what.
postpone this talk this once, but don't think you can dodge it forever.
Oh, I have no intention to. Unfortunately, given current situations and the fact that we're not friends, it does put a strain on me wanting to tell you.
Well, that certainly sounds like a personal problem. Nonetheless, why don't you finish up whatever you're doing here, so I can recover from whatever effect that crystalline auric water had on me.
Okay. And with that, Garrick would get out of the pool.
You would do so, as there is a large displacement of water as you exit, a little bit of a sway on your side, Rin, and you once again have the water to yourself.
Much cleaner.
I will say Dagny is still near the edge of the pool with her feet in.
Yeah, there's a difference between just politely hanging out at the water's edge and cannonballing in.
Yeah, but one's a lot more funnier.
Touche.
Anyway.
Yeah.
It would settle down, and you would hear a bit of a rustling again. Looking up, looks like Baromir had remained only maybe 100 feet off through all of this. And he would jump out of the tree, openly making himself known, and
Well, hello
look
again.
down at the three of you.
What is it?
Well, I can see that no blood has been spilt. Usually that's not how I see things go.
We're
In my
just having
crowds,
some very lively conversations. It's fine.
that's one way to describe it. Typically, when I see lively conversation with folks I travel with, usually there's some lively blood being spilt along with it. You managed to hold it together.
Yeah.
Admirable, even if only just barely, perhaps.
I
Is
mean,
he addressing all three of us?
Yes.
Oh, it's you. Finally deigning to speak with us now.
he was traveling us when you were unconscious.
If you were unaware, I had actually scouted this place for you,
Hmm.
in your compromised state. Animosity does not add to the delicate situation. Make no mistake, I do not intend to hang around you cartographers long term, but I am not above seeing a mutually beneficial arrangement. I would propose, if you intend to remain here to properly recover from your time in those caverns, I offer to keep watch. In exchange, if I were to raise the alarm, I would hope that the three of you would come to defend the little hole we've established for ourselves here.
Of course.
Sounds good to me.
Assuming that no one strangles one another.
Well,
Regrettably,
we'll see about that.
regrettably, I'm not in a state to do so. Regardless, your offer is acceptable. However, I've yet to actually speak with you. Who are you? What were you doing there?
I've said previously that I was rolling with the others, which you had promptly slaughtered. Contrary to popular belief, not everyone is interested in staying inside of Highshire, waiting to be slaughtered like animals. Those who see themselves fit to live like outlanders try their hand. If all of these monsters are so hell-bent on raising our walls, if you are far away from them, in theory, you will not be failed along with them. That is the ideology that a few of my acquaintances had adopted. They were not particularly fond of Highshire, given that the rules for them did not necessarily have a hold on them the way your average law-abiding citizen would. Some had other reasons. Perhaps they are being looked for. Perhaps they have regrets, things they wish to leave behind. The reason didn't matter. What did matter was getting out here and trying our own luck. I was not so foolish as to try to mug anyone I came across, but for them, old habits died hard.
I see. So you surrounded yourself with these degenerates to make your exodus from Highshire. Tell me
Correct.
then, do you share any of the traits that they possessed? Should I be worried about a knife in my back?
I think what you should be worried about is the creatures that are roaming around here that will kill indiscriminately. If there's a threat like that on the horizon, it would be in everyone's best interest here to unite against it. As for anything withstanding outside of that, well, you are more than welcome to try to find other help out here. Do not suspect if I intended to mug you. I would have already tried it when you were unconscious.
Very well then. I see your point.
I went by those crates. The ones that they had taken from a caravan from the Shire Guard. The only one that possibly could have taken the pieces to that shield guardian was you. I've seen that bag that you carry. I presume its contents contain the shield guardian parts.
It does.
Word of advice. I would build your friend as soon as possible. It doesn't get any easier if you intend to keep moving.
That was my intention.
Do you know what you're doing?
I do.
Rin is actually quite adept at building things. She made these bracers for me, and I'll kind of lift up the skirt of my robe to show the bracers off.
Ah, cute. Well, in that case, I'll leave you to your own devices, and I'll keep watch.
Thank
And
you.
that'll be that.
All right then. One more question, Boromir.
Yes.
Do drow sleep?
I am, for one reason or another, a very light sleeper.
I've never encountered a drow, you see, but I know elves don't quite sleep normally.
You can rely on my perception.
Okay.
And without further word, he would turn away from all of you and would disappear along the rim of this indentation. You imagine he's finding a little place to stand sentry.
Go find a tree to hang out in, you fucking chipmunk.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, once he leaves, I'm going to turn towards Garrock. Garrock, why
Yeah.
don't you do me a favor?
Now, before you even say this favor, is this one that I can genuinely help you with, or one that's going to passive-aggressively tell me to fuck off?
The first.
Okay. This is new.
I need you to gather what auric fouled waters remain in my suit and siphon them off to one of the tanks. There is...
Should be able to do that.
Good. Simply move the valve there. I would prefer, if you do this task, a fair distance away, so as not to foul this water here.
And that's perfectly reasonable. And with that, I'll just kind of move the suit, I guess. Careful not to spill the water.
Yeah.
Easily done.
I want him to go farther. I'm just like, he keeps dragging the suit and I keep shooing him a bit away.
Now, Ren, I know I don't need to go that far away from your water.
Then I shall be clear with you then. I'd like to have a conversation with Dagny in private.
Then I will pull the suit further away.
And off you go.
Yeah, and I just find somewhere out of earshot.
Yeah, you find a nice little alcove that's still undercover from the outside elements, and would begin to, easily enough, do the work that was asked of you.
Dagny just keeps... I mean, Dagny is overhearing this, but she's, like, deep into her book.
What a vexing ape.
You always be so... Never mind.
Yeah. Rin's gonna fall silent for a few moments before nearing Dagny. Popping their head up out of the water to speak clearly, while keeping their necks submerged for their gills. Stares at you for a few moments before. Dagny, I suppose if you glance at them, you see, they make a skewed face as if the coming words cause them physical pain. I wish to apologize for earlier, as well for my behavior thus far. It was not my intention to cause you distress. There are numerous reasons and factors as to why I am as I am. However, they would only sound like excuses if spoken aloud.
Is that what you think?
The fact of the matter is that I was in the wrong. I am sorry. You have done nothing to deserve my anger, nor my harsh words. If anything, you are the only human of Highshire that I feel that I can trust, to an extent at least. Do you recall what I said back at the Inquisitorial Hall? To not allow ourselves to be blinded by emotion. It would seem that I failed to follow my own advice. I should not have denied your offer for aid. You are a kind soul, a rarity amongst your species. You can see now, clearly, what I've been reduced to. As they raise their stump of a right arm out of the water and expect it with a look of disgust. As they continue, I have not received kindness for a very long time, especially from humans. It has become almost foreign to me. So thank you for your kindness. This world is severely lacking such things. Nonetheless, I feel compelled to repay you. You have shared with me information regarding yourself, your history, your desires. I can only offer to answer questions you have as payment. This whole situation we find ourselves in is treacherous, with enemies abound. We need to be able to trust one another if we are to succeed. I will admit that I have been less than efficient in fostering your trust, but I would like to improve that. So, ask away, and I shall answer.
She will close her book and set it aside away from the pond. And she will offer her hand, palm facing up towards Rin.
They'll stare at it, their glowing yellowish greenish eyes, before gingerly reaching out to place their hand on yours.
She will gently grasp Rin's hand and place her other hand on top. What happened to your home?
It's gone now. It was attacked, not by monsters and beasts as Highshire is, no. It was attacked by humans. An army.
An army from Highshire?
No, not Highshire. This was quite a long time ago now. Back when other civilizations were able to exist in this world.
Do you remember any sort of symbol that they were carrying? Their banner, perhaps?
Do I be man?
Not particularly. Your memory is a bit hazy to have that kind of detail.
Yeah, I'll just shake my head. No. My mind is not as it once was.
Can't remember.
After Osora was lost, I was imprisoned for a very, very long time. They did this to me. Gesturing just towards the extensive damage all over their body. They took great amusement in torturing me.
Why did they torture you? Were they trying to gain something from you?
I do not know what went on in their minds. Perhaps they were trying to learn from me what they could. Or perhaps they simply indulged in their cruelty.
How did you get away?
They were attacked. Something enough to garner the attention of their warriors. I had an opportunity. I built that suit in secret. And I managed to escape.
Do you remember where you were?
Do I remember the direction I came from?
It's go ahead and make a history check to kind of recall the events.
Nice.
Let's see. That is a 22. That's pretty good. You know that where you were was to the far east of where Highshire is. So wherever you escaped from, you had to travel a great deal west.
Far to the west from Highshire.
East.
East? What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
East from Highshire.
Yeah, you traveled towards the west.
Yeah. I'm dumb.
No.
Okay, I want to try and recall from my own ratings. Do I remember any mention of any bastions of humanity towards the east?
You may roll history as well. You're fuzzy on it, but you do know that you have heard at least something about the Far East having a good deal of civilizations out there. They were mostly isolated and didn't interact with each other too much, surviving on their own trusts. But more than that is hard to come by.
Um, Having heard all of that, Dagny will take the hand that's on top of yours and sort of place it on your cheek and say, I'm so sorry this happened to you. I wish I could find a way to change all that.
I wish I could go back to prevent everything that has happened. But I cannot. They have taken so much more from me than just my body.
Took the memory of your home away.
Among many other things. Yes.
Family.
Yes.
My mother, she... Something happened to her while she was out here. I don't know what happened to her, but her body, they couldn't bring it back. It's almost like they said there was nothing left of it. It saddened me that I never really got a chance to see her one last time. Her old compatriots, the ones she used to work with, they sent their condolences, but none of them really talked to me, save for one. She helped me learn magic along with my stepmother. when my father had a chance to remarry. But I didn't learn magic just because I'm good at it, but to remember her, to not forget her, and what she meant to me.
What was her name?
Therese.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Therese.
I see. I am sorry.
I know that you don't have much faith in humanity, but I can tell that you have the ability to discern those who have good intentions. I'm not asking you to just have faith in humanity, but at least have a bit of hope. One thing I can tell you from experience is that whatever emotion you put out into the world, you will receive it back. You've given the world a lot of anger, and justifiably so. And when I tried to give you kindness, that anger rebuffed it. But you had a chance to see past that now. So, I suppose the only thing I can ask is use that anger to your advantage, but don't be afraid to dole out a little kindness every once in a while.
I see. Even reduced as I am now, I'm still able to tell the difference of where the fault lies, of not damning an entire species based on the actions of only a handful. There was a time where my kind lived amongst humans when we found Osora. Back when I ruled it.
When you ruled?
I suppose I forgot to mention that. Yes, I was the one who ruled that kingdom. I ensured that my people were safe, secure, that they could find joy in this world, to live their lives.
Have you been back there since its destruction?
No, I have not. It has been many years since I last beheld it, and I did not have the opportunity to traverse back there. Going alone would spell death for me.
Have you found any other survivors since then?
No, I have not. I do not know if any survived. My family, my people. Their fate is hidden from my sight.
Dagny is going to fully get into the pool and give Rin a hug.
Rin, for a bit, doesn't know how, just awkwardly, still for a few moments, before gingerly wrapping an arm around you to hug back with the one arm.
You make it work.
I was...
She will pull away.
It's... Well, as you can see before you, I'm not exactly in a state to do many things. I must rely on these trinkets of mine. I was strong once, when I was whole, enough to defend my home, my family, and my people. But now, I can hardly defend myself, it would seem.
What are you talking about? You can defend yourself very well.
All it would take is one bad encounter, and that's it.
That's why we need to work together. That's why we need to protect each other. There's a lot more on the line now.
Yes. Well... If you would not be opposed, I suppose once Garrock returns from his task, I believe it would be beneficial to instruct you on the workings of the suit, in case the need to interact with it arises again. It wouldn't do me any good to have it torn open again to save me.
Yes, I'd like that. I will look over to where Garrock disappeared to.
Yeah, what's Garrock doing?
Yeah. So, Garrick, during all
I've
this
done
time...
that task already. I'm just waiting
Yeah.
for one of them to come over. Like, it's
You
not
would-
a hard task. I know they told me why they wanted some privacy.
Yeah, you were able to put two and two together, and you took the opportunity to clear your own head, given it's been kind of a crazy day. Are you just kind of like hanging around, looking along the horizon as the sun begins to set?
Pretty much, yeah.
Roll perception.
Oh, that was almost a 20.
Lots on your mind, so you're not paying attention as sharply as you could be. Plus, you have the assurance that Baromir is also on the prowl as well, so you don't
were
think too highly.
huffing the spicy water, were you?
Oh, yeah.
You would gather yourself to look at a congregation of flying stones, small islands that pass you over as they meander towards the horizon. And they would seem to be centered around a particularly larger island. You think you may even see a fern or two on top of it. It's interesting. It looks like life finds a way. you can see there's smaller stones that are almost revolving around the larger one, and even tinier stones that are revolving around those. Seem to have a choreographed dance with one another.
Ah, of
Peaceful.
course. A Mama Island and her baby islands.
You would
Floating back home.
Your gaze would continue to watch these for a while. You would spot a particularly low floating stone, which is unlike the others. Seems to move much more slowly and is made of this much darker stone that's devoid of any features. And beneath that, it would be casting a shadow along the ground that would creep along with it. But as you continue to observe it, the shadow is moving a bit inconsistently with the object that's casting it until you would make the realization this is not a shadow. There's something, some congregation of somethings that are following this rock. It's a ways off, and it's kind of hard to get it out in better detail, but creatures,
Is there
perhaps?
Baromir anywhere nearby?
He would be nearby. He is about 200 feet off, closer to where the other two are. You know for a fact he's keeping watch.
Strange. What does it seem like the island's floating towards? What general direction?
They all seem to follow the same general path. The low floating one, as well as all the more regular ones, all seem to be heading south before kind of meandering off towards the east.
Interesting. Alright,
Yeah.
well, that's that done. Ah. Are you two done?
Yes.
Alright then. And so then you just stand up, take the suit over, now it's empty, and just kind of hold it for Rin.
Yeah, Dagny will pull herself back up onto the edge of the pool.
If you wouldn't
Oh.
mind, just sit it in here with me.
Okay. Into the water it goes.
You would do so.
Do you just yeet it in?
No, I don't yeet it in. I just kind of slide it in, you know.
Thank you.
Okay, so how's the back of the suit work exactly?
Right. You see this device here, and for the sake of brevity, I'll just say I go for the motions of telling and instructing Dagny how the suit works, how to do repairs, functions, where it opens, pretty much it's given her the top to bottom understanding of it to the best of my ability.
You would do so. And Dagny, with your tap for knowledge being piqued, having read those books, you are quick to absorb the knowledge that Rin instructs you on, giving you an introduction on the basic controls, as well as some simple repair measures that can be taken, as parts appear to be made to be interswappable, given Rin lives in this and it knows on a whim if a part needs to be immediately replaced, or at least given a patch-up job. The suit is made for that sort of thing. So you learn a considerable deal on how to service it.
Seems simple enough.
Yeah. Then I suppose to pop quiz Dagny. I wanted us to go for the process of repairing all the damage it took from the fucking Legend of Zelda Evil Water Temple.
All right, so the two of you combined are preparing, or is you're letting Dagny do the work here and seeing how she
no.
does?
It's pretty much I'm repairing it. I imagine she can help in some capacity
Yeah.
if she wishes to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say make your Tinker's Tools check with advantage because Dagny, applying her knowledge, is lending you extra hands.
Ye- where is it? There it is.
Double ones.
Oh, imagine.
A 25.
Yeah, you're able to, now that you have your nerves eased quite a bit and you feel considerably relaxed, as if you had taken a huge load off your shoulders. A load you may not have even known was there. You, along with Dagny especially, would be able to fix up what was left to work with your suit to tip top shape. And it looks ready for anything.
Pretty much good as new.
Indeed it is. Well done. I suppose we should get started on the Shield Guardian.
Let's get you back in your suit.
Is there enough water to fill up the suit from this pond?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. You have water to spare right now in that regard. So, yes.
Yeah. I'll go through the process of filling it up, entering the suit, and everything.
Okay. The suit has fresh filtration. You double check all your work with that. And your suit is pristine. Water is clean, and your gills certainly appreciate it.
And I imagine Garrock pointed out which tank on the back he used to contain what was left of that crystalline auric water.
Yep.
Naturally.
Yeah. It may have its uses, but keeping it in there for now.
I might have use for this liquid Adderall.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
But yeah, while they do that, or once I finish that up, I'll get back onto dry land. Even though I much prefer, it would be nice if I could just work in the pool. But I don't think Highshire Tech much appreciates water damage.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a smart idea.
But yeah, I'll begin unpackaging the Shield Guardian kit while simultaneously saying, I imagine you have some experience with the Shield Guardians, Dagny. More so than I.
How much knowledge do I have of Shield Guardians, DM?
Not a lot. You can roll history to see if you can recount on anything you may have read, but you've never worked with these, let alone touched them.
Well, I'm mostly meaning having seen them before, which might be
Right.
a more helpful baseline.
So you would have seen them, especially in recent times as they were stomping through the streets when you were in the bookstore. You got a good look at them. So you know that the way they move is similar to that of a humanoid, and you feel like that's at least a basis.
I mean, I know about how they move around and only see them from previous encounters, but I've never really worked with the Shield Guardian. But I suppose now is a good time as any.
Yeah, I'll give a nod at that. And I imagine the two of us will set to work on putting together this fucking Lego set.
All right. No, you only have between the two of you one set of Tinker's tools.
Yes, but I could do a thing that would take an hour, which I'm not sure if I should or not.
It hasn't reached night quite yet. You do have maybe an hour's worth of time before the sun falls completely, and then of course the duration of the night after that.
Yeah, let me see here. I just need to find a feature. she's proficient in such tools, but hey, it's a great time to start learning. If only I could fucking find it. There it is.
Well, that's quite the title. Let's see.
I essentially imagine while Dagny is kind of laying out pieces and looking here and there, I'm taking the spare metal we have and using this to essentially reshape them into an additional set of Tinker's tools.
You would certainly be able to create an additional set of tools that you believe would be suitable to the job. Easily done. It would take the duration of the hour, and in the meantime, Dagny, you would spend the time taking things out of the bag and laying them out in what you believe would be the correct configuration.
Yes.
I believe there's a sheet or two or cloth in the bag as well to give us a little workspace and not
Yeah.
a wet cave floor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely have some dry space to work with. You are under the cover of the rocks as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Garrick, are you doing anything in particular during this time? You can see they're laying out the pieces to this thing.
Suppose I'll attune to the Wand of Wonder.
All right. You would bring this wand out and would concentrate your essence to form a link with it that allows you to channel the well of magic within its wood. And your attunement would take hold.
Neat.
Nice stick you got there.
Yeah. So you have the tools laid out, you have the parts laid out, and reminder too, you have the base pieces for the frame. It did not come with its armor. You imagine that may have been in a separate shipment, although you do have the mangled remains of the shield guardian you stripped when you first left the Startographer. So you have something at least.
Wonderful. I have a new task for Gerok then. While we're still in the preparatory stages, I will approach Gerok and begin depositing the pieces of armor plating and such for him while speaking. Me, myself, and Dagny will begin work on piecing together the structure, as well as dealing with the more fragile components. However, it would seem that the plating was missing from what we found at that bunker. Thankfully, I previously discovered a fallen shield guardian some time ago and stripped what I could from it. Would you be able to repurpose these pieces and repair them somewhat?
Well, I'll have a look, sure. And do those pieces look salvageable, B-Man?
You're going to have to apply some new materials to get them into working order. However, they give you foundation enough to assume what their full form is going to look like. So, if you have metal to spare,
Which we do.
you could potentially make this work. And remind me how many pounds of metal you had on you?
210 pounds.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah, that's enough, I think.
But yeah, I'll pretty much leave the bag of holding there with him so he can just dig his hand in and pull out metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You're looking at all of this, and you know materials pretty well, having worked with metal for a long time, and you're taking a look at the pieces of this shield guardian, the actual underlying frame, as well as all of the scrap metal. You can see that there are a lot of pieces to this armor that are composed of wood as well. And you imagine that plays a critical role in keeping the weight down, so it's actually able to function without being crushed under its own weight.
Hmm.
So you feel like you can definitely get some semblance of armor on this thing, but you're going to need a established hand that knows what they're doing in order to properly create the plates. So you can get kind of a scrap armor going for it.
Well, seeing as I only have a day to work on it, that'll probably do for the time being.
We might stay here longer than a day.
Maybe.
Because getting this thing up and running is kind of a top priority. Especially with Mirks getting yoinked off. Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I don't hear any opposition.
Hmm.
Okay, so over the course into the evening, I suppose everyone is going to be working their roles here to try to begin assembling this shield guardian. So for Dagny, who is working on assembling the main core pieces, I would say you can roll Arcana. Rin, I imagine you are working alongside Dagny with your tools, fixing things and locking things into place, getting things to interlock. You may roll Tinker's tools, and the tools you created do factor into that.
Okay.
And as for Garak, who I imagine you're going to be working your hand on creating plates that are at least somewhat suitable to this thing, you can
Serviceable,
roll, yeah, roll your smith tools, I believe.
Where did I put tool proficiencies on this sheet?
Well, the tools should be in the inventory under. There's a tools thing.
Yeah.
Did I not start with blacksmithing tools? That's whatever. I can make my own.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously have them.
Yeah, so let me just add those real quick then. Should have put them in my inventory earlier, but I didn't apparently.
Hmm.
Where do I add this sheet?
I'm really bad that it rolls like super good on this check again. Oh. I have been betrayed.
Let's see. Is it giving you trouble?
Well, that it is a new tool, but it didn't.
Do you not have smith tools in your inventory?
No, not right now.
You can grab them from the
Here you go.
compendium packs.
Gotcha.
Okay.
There they are.
That works. There we go.
Drag and drop.
Drag
Yeah.
and drop.
Right on. Yeah, sure. Let's roll some tools, I guess. Seeing as I can cast guidance on a whim, I guess I'll just have that added as well.
Yeah. Ooh.
I cry. Well, at least we have time.
14.
Not too bad.
Not terrible.
This would take you well into the night as the sun would set properly. And into the evening, you would continue your work. And Dagny, you make considerable headway as you have had some reading on how arcane latent technology fits together, as you're able to recognize individual pieces and ascertain how they communicate with one another and get a pretty good layout for how things should go together. You would then instruct Rin on where to apply his tools to get this to happen. And Rin, this is your first time working with something, and you really don't have any instructions. You're just looking at the pieces and trying to make sense of it. So you do make some progress, but there are some blunders, some pieces that you think really should fit together. There's no other discernible way, but they just don't want to cooperate. And you do get a bunch of pieces together, but there's a couple hurdles still in your way here.
Yeah, I imagine I'm also simultaneously trying to study their methodology of artifice. High Shires, anyway.
Right.
Pretty much
Ye-
how they do things.
Given you're just going with pieces here, it's really hard to get a solid read until you can see their final product. But you can still get a pretty good idea that this is something that is almost perfect down to the tiniest discernible measurements. Or they certainly have machines that are able to create these pieces identical and in mass, and definitely with quality tools as well. And as for Garrick, it's hard to really get a good feel for how these pieces are fitted onto a shield guardian, given you can't see right now a full shield guardian to
Yeah, I don't have
reference.
any
So
proportions to work with.
yeah, you're doing a bunch of guesswork right now. So you don't progress too far into your work because, if you make a completely finished product on a measurement you think is right and it's wrong, you're going to have to may have to
Start
scrap
over.
it. And yeah, so you progress to a certain point where if you get a measurement you think is off, you're still able to recover. So you have a good start on this compromised armor, but you need to see the finished product, really.
Mm.
So it's considerably progressed.
I think just while in the middle of working, she'll take a look out and say, "It's getting late." We should at least rest. We should at least get some rest. I'm gonna check in with Baromir real quick.
He would be perched on one of the highest jutting trees overhead. It actually takes you a little while to find him because of how well he blends in, but he does make himself somewhat known so you can spot him, at least from your angle, from within the divot.
It's all well?
I wouldn't work on that thing any longer for the evening.
We were planning on resting up anyway.
Good. Don't make any more noises.
Understood.
I'm not seeing anything that's promising, at least not in a positive light.
Will you need anybody to take over for you anytime soon?
I'll be fine, as long as I keep a close watch on this storm cloud, which is moving against the flow of the other clouds.
Can I see the clouds he's talking about?
It's pretty dark, and I don't believe you have dark vision,
I
so
don't.
not really.
Do they seem like normal clouds, or do they seem a bit different?
There's nothing normal about this one. It's intelligent.
Intelligent.
I
Can you
can't
just-
say I'm surprised.
Does it seem like it's close to the ground, or?
Lower than any cloud should be.
Damn. Keep an eye on it. If it's heading this way, raise the alarm.
I will not take my sight off of that thing.
Thank you. She will head back towards camp.
That reminds me. The food we found at that cave that his group was using, it was all fouled, right?
It's edible. It's not ideal. You imagine this may have been part of a cart at one point and has been stowed away in less than ideal conditions. So it's a lot of the bread is stale. The fruits are a little mushier than you'd like, but they're still good for sustenance.
Yeah, because I have a question. Pretty much, if we are going to cease work for the night, am I able to put it back into the bag of holding, or must it stay spread out like this?
So you feel like you could put it into the bag of holding if you wrap it up neatly, kind of put it in a way that it's not going to be jostled around, you would probably have to take some rope and secure it down just so it doesn't flop about.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. As I'm wrapping that up, I imagine, I'll send a peace offering over to the drow via Seeker by having Seeker bring over a water skin of fresh, clean water, as well as fresh rations, as a kind of, thanks for keeping an eye out. Have some actual fresh food.
Is this one of your rations or one of the rations from the barrel?
Not from the barrel from Highshire. I imagine those are fresher.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, I'm
They are
sending-
made to be taken long term.
Sending him the good stuff then, as a peace offering.
He would graciously take it, and you just see a gentle nod from him without any word as he goes back to keeping a cautious post on the anomaly he announced.
Oh, obviously, forgot to mention, obviously repaired Seeker with mending for him to pop out those dents.
Easily done. And are there any further motions from the party?
No, I guess we should obviously have people on watch still.
Well, Bearmare's still on watch, so
Better safe than sorry, you know?
okay. Suppose I can take first watch. My vision may not be the best, but I'll do what I can.
All right.
Yeah, I'll take second. I guess Scarrock can be third.
Yeah.
Okay. Each of you make perception rolls as everyone begins to settle down.
Boo-doo.
Oh, nice.
Also, Seeker, as per usual, is watching 24/7.
Okay. So, Dagny, you had first watch, right? Or am I
Yes,
mistaken?
22.
Okay. You would take yourself on a higher ledge to keep a better eye out and potentially get a different view from Baromir to have two eyes in separate directions to better cover yourselves. And after settling down and letting your eyes adjust to the dark, you would see it. There's a churning black cloud that is completely locked in place. That is completely free from the flow of the other clouds that are higher above. And given your good perception, every so often there would be a yellow flicker of what you can only presume to be lightning from within.
I'm gonna try and keep myself out of sight, what I believe is the side of this thing, but keeping an eye on it.
Okay. You keep yourself low. It's a cloud, so it's really hard to make any distinction. But you would see after a while this cloud would descend even further. And the lower it gets, the more these yellow flashes would become more and more prevalent until it gets probably what you only imagine to be no more than maybe 100 feet off the ground. And this thing is lighting up almost constantly.
I'm gonna take the chance to get over towards because I'm trying to remember how far away Bearmere is from me.
From where your current position is, he's about 100 feet off.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna climb down towards the others and let them know what's going on.
Okay. Yeah. You would begin to climb down and get to the base of the rocks among some of the bushes. And as you do so, you would feel a hand suddenly clasp against your mouth and a secondary hand on your shoulder pushing you down into the bush. Jeremy is right next to you. And he looks to you, would lift his hand slowly off of your shoulder and puts a single finger to his lips. Shh, not a word. And he's not even looking at you, he's looking towards the anomaly.
Yeah, I'm looking towards it.
You would keep a firm eye on that. And this would ramp up even farther, and the flashes would become even more prevalent until it reaches a tipping point. And a tremendous amount of power is suddenly expelled out of the bottom of this cloud and impacts Helios. You almost feel like you can feel the earth from where you're sitting shake a little bit. This is loud, and it would, of course, awaken everyone who is trying to sleep. You would hear birds take flight out from nearby trees, and your eyes, now fixed on this location, would see that there's a crack in the earth, and there's a mass that is moving upwards from it. Going off of your good perception check, the flashes of yellow light would continue, and as this thing stands up, you would get a good look at what is meeting this cloud.
Bugman.
Yeah, like instantly covering her mouth. Like, what's he saying?
The cloud would fully descend, and it would be enraptured in this storm. And the large, constant flashes would continue and would eventually begin to taper off until the occasional flash every couple seconds, and then they eventually stop altogether. Over the course of 2 minutes, the cloud would then begin to rise back up and re-enters the atmosphere. Whatever that creature was is not there anymore.
Well, we have a point of interest now. It was not normal.
Not at all. Nothing is normal out there anymore.
That thing, it had intelligence. Something was Sauron was controlling it.
Undoubtedly. I'm not sure, but I would suspect if it smells humans, it wouldn't be acting favorably for us.
It attacked that thing. It knew it was there.
I don't know. I'm not sure if it was a fight that we saw. The way that that cloud moved, it might not have been sentient. It might have been controlled by something sentient. It's like a puppet. I'm not well versed in the arcane, but that's just a theory. I'd rather take this safe assumption.
tape to get up. I think I'll finish my own watch before passing it on.
Keep a low profile.
Right.
And almost without making any sound whatsoever, Baromir slips off.
She will go ahead and get back to her own post as quietly as possible.
You would do so. You would see the cloud has raised among the others, and with the coming overcast of the night, you would eventually lose sight of it. You would complete the rest of your watch, having nothing else major, other than the now very audible humming coming from the great rings, as that has chimed up, which is making it a bit difficult to hear things further.
So please let no bad happen. And I will wake up Rin to start her watch.
Yep. Up to me now.
All right. Perception of 14.
With Seeker's 11. But I imagine Seeker's more so checking around us. Kind of just like hovering protectively over where the party's gathered. Pretty much on a swivel for any shenanigans.
All right. Seeker having a much higher vantage point would keep its head on a swivel, so to speak. And it would look towards the rings to see that they are luminant. There's a coalition of aura that seems to be entrapped underneath the rings. It's not too unlike when the rings discharge their energy the first time, but it's on a much smaller scale. They are, in fact, singing. Not really sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. You can see just beyond the ring to the north, there's further shimmers along the farthest horizon where you can see the chromatic mountains, even under the dark skies of night, are reflecting light somehow. Shades of almost every color you can perceive. From fuchsias to violet, red, brilliant greens and shining yellows. The whole spectrum.
Huh, that's actually pretty interesting. So, the light has to be energized from something. It's essentially just like a fucking mountain rave over there.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And you too, looking through Seeker, would look at that, but you're ultimately distracted from something else catching your attention as your eyes through Seeker would fall upon that enormous skyward pillar to the east that is scraping along the clouds, continuing on even higher beyond your perception. And you once again can't help but feel mesmerized. Make a wisdom saving throw.
My God, man.
Why do you have to bully me? Haven't I suffered enough this
Why you
session?
bullying me? Oh,
Oh, comedy one.
Again.
Let's go.
no! Again!
Oh my god. No!
Oh boy, things are about to get spicy.
Oh god.
You are totally fixated on this object. Beyond all reason. And you find everything that you had on your minds just washes away until your focus is solely on this object. And you see your vision kind of get a bit fuzzy, like you have something in your eye. You know you're awake, but it's like you have something in your eye that you can't quite shake out. And the more you attempt to shake it, the more your vision begins to be a bit distorted. You know this. You're awake, right? Or
Am I?
are you? Well, it's a bit hard to tell, as these blurs within your vision are beginning to come together to form a bit of a picture.
No, I don't want to watch Helios TV. Oh fuck, I'm here again!
Oh no.
It's Helios 2 Electric Boogaloo. Have fun, buddy.
Hey.
Almost as if within an instant you're somewhere else. You find yourself staring at this sanctum. You don't know where you are or what's going on. All you can see is this energy in front of you. A dance of mysterious runes and glowing power, the likes of which you can't even begin to understand. The entire room is composed of heliostone, which is refracting this light brilliantly. There's these strange sconces on the wall which have, well, it's definitely not fire. You're not really sure what that is either. And you're standing in front of it, but for some reason you almost feel yourself floating within this odd semblance of stasis. You feel tired, lagged out, not within your own suit, as if the confines of your suit had expanded outwards to the size of this chamber, trading in your smaller prison for a larger one.
Oh, great.
You're almost expecting words to come into your head, but strangely, nothing comes. But you can't help but feel like within this room, there's a secondary presence watching over you very, very closely.
So I'm essentially just floating just right without the suit in the air?
You would look to your hand, and there's no suit.
Okay. Not sure. Well, I suppose I'll take this as an opportunity to explore this place. If that is at all possible.
You would attempt to move around, and it's extremely slow, as if you had just woken up from a tremendous slumber and barely have any energy left to will yourself into other space. But you're able to go around the circumference of this place.
I want to focus more so on that presence I'm feeling to see if I can understand it a bit more.
Okay. Are you doing anything in particular?
Other than it's gonna sound stupid, but try to reach out with my consciousness, because it's obviously that I'm not really here. More so my spirit, soul, however you wish to spin it. I kind of want to just like probe at the other presence here, if there's a possibility.
Roll charisma.
Fuck me. Great. Is the next roll gonna be a 3?
God. It's kind of hard. And moving around too is exhausting you for some reason. You just feel like closing your eyes. And you almost do. But there'd be some words that would echo through the chamber.
Not yet.
You can't, not yet. I just need a miracle. I can't do this by myself. This place doesn't listen to me. But maybe it'll listen to them.
Oh, I guess I'll ask it outwards, see if it'll actually respond. Listen to who?
Wait. Did you just...
And it's cut off.
What the fuck?
As within an instant, all of this would snap back. And your eyes open again. You are looking at the pillar still. And the moon's definitely in a different position in the sky. You feel like that was just a couple of seconds, but apparently not.
Apparently I spooked it. Oh god, what the fuck? God, I guess I'll try and figure out how long I've been standing there, judging from the placement of the moon.
Just looking at the moon, probably a good 2 hours just passed.
Great. I'll go ahead and continue my watch. I'm thinking that over, because what the fuck?
You would do so. And the rest of your watch is rather uneventful. Luckily. You would make a point not to really look back in that direction, just do a very quick glance if you really need to, but all is quiet. And your watch would come to an end.
Okay. I'll go over and mage hand prod Garrock awake.
No. I was enjoying that dream. My turn then.
Yes.
Alright. Anything interesting?
Not at all. A slightly boring watch.
Make a deception check.
Nat 20, nat 20, nat 20. Damn, I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's amazing!
Wow.
There it is.
Somebody
Oh, how do I want to go with this
I did it.
conversation?
I
Oh
did
boy.
I did it.
Man.
I did it. I figured it out. Rin is his last name. His first name is Ver. It's Ver Rin. It makes sense.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Garrick, that's a load of shit. Something's haunting this poor lad.
I'm not going to pry, but if anyone needed to read Merx's book, it would be you right at this moment.
Yes, well, I'm really not in the mood to talk about it right now.
And I will not force you. Just know that if it was personal, you could have just left it at that. Ugh, right. Yeah, then in that case, I'll go and take watch then.
Yeah, I'm shuffling off. Hey, anything weird happen? Not at all!
No, nothing at all!
Nope.
Everything is normal.
Everything is awesome.
Things are great, and I am feeling the good.
Fuck, man.
Man.
Save me from these fucking rolls!
Imagine rolling 3 times and getting a 1, a 2, and a 1.
Wow.
Oh my god.
It's because I bullied Farron, isn't it?
Probably.
Karma's a bitch.
Ye-
Alright, let me scroll past all these ones in chat to see what you rolled. 16.
Yeah, roll a 16.
You would take position, and there would be a low voice coming from a nearby tree, which I presume is Baromir. That one is not very perceptive. Or actually, no, they're too perceptive on the wrong things.
What do you mean?
Maybe on your next watch, you may want to double up and let them rest instead.
Why did they fall asleep in their suit or something?
Well, if they did, they were falling asleep while standing upright, staring off in a direction, so if they did, that's quite impressive.
You'd be surprised what that suit can do.
I believe it.
But, no, you're probably right.
Jesus. What the fuck is happening?
Oh, geez, pull yourself together. Pull yourself
What is
together.
happening?
I have no idea.
Alright, 16 on your perception roll. You, amazingly, actually have a quite uneventful watch.
Must
And
be nice!
you take the time to reflect on the landscape and take in all of the local scenery. And-
That's why you fell asleep.
You would see the mountains, the Pillar of the Rings, and all of the dancing of the clouds. Not anomalous, of course. And there would be the occasional hum of the rings as the aura flowing through them seems to wax and wane. Small bits of it travel from the north ring to the south as to follow the flow that previous energy did among these structures. But from this point up until the morning, there are no disturbances.
Quiet. Well, I'm not complaining.
Yeah, could be a lot worse.
Yeah, I'll just wait for day to roll around and then go and, I guess, get the other 2 up and ready.
And of course, with due time, the sun would crest the horizon of Helios, and everyone would awaken. Take your long rests if you haven't already. A new day has dawned.
Ah, delicious health. How I missed you. Oh, God. Today's just not my day.
Nope. The dice say fuck you.
But yeah. As soon as I'm awakened and have something to eat, I'm already preparing the project of the Shield Guardian up again.
Okay. And I'll say that after you fall very promptly to sleep and wake up the next morning, you feel well rested, calm, and your thoughts have come to a steady flow rather than an erratic goose chase that it felt like through the entire duration of yesterday. As you would feel yourself within your suit, your veins are not glowing, your mind is clear, and it appears as if the negative effects of the water have subsided completely.
Oh, good. It's not permanent.
Nope. You have recovered.
definitely eat my breakfast for the day before I get to work.
Ah, that's right. If everyone hasn't already, subtract a ration from your supply.
Alright, I need to do -2 because I gave one away. Where the fuck are they? There they are.
Alright.
Very nice. And I would like to take this time to just say fuck it and do it now, as everyone does emerge from this long rest. Given everything that you've gone through, everything that you've, in the back of your minds, been piecing together about this world, and finally getting needed rest and having a unfamiliar but still seemingly friendly pair of eyes looking out for you, everyone gain a level.
Thank you.
This would be a good point to take a break here to let you guys actually do your leveling properly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's call it 10 minutes. Maybe 15 if we need it.
Sure.
And then we can keep going for a little while afterwards.
Yeah.
Not much. Alright. Let's call it 10. Do more if we need. I'll be right back.
I have 34 fucking levels and spells now. Woo!
Level 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, unprep all of these fucking spells though. Excellent, I can now do Revivify. Have fun.
Are you talking about Garrett doesn't heal?
Ooh, 3rd level. Okay.
Oh, that's not healing, that's bringing people back from the dead.
Over here.
Report complete. Oh my god, I have health!
Oh, sweet, I can animate dead too. Maybe we should go back into that cave real quick.
Mirks ain't dead.
No, but there's definitely corpses still there, probably.
Mm.
I mean, I think you need a diamond, don't you?
A
No.
300 GP diamond, yeah, for Revivify.
That's for Revivify. I'm talking about animate dead.
Oh yeah, that's different.
Oh hey, I have level 2 spell slots now.
3rd level spell slots now. I need to figure out.
Alright, I'm gonna go take a whiz. While y'all motherfuckers stay together.
And I get the Destroy Undead feature. That would have been helpful a day ago.
However, you add 2 wizard spells of your choice to your spellbook for free. Okay. Here we go. Alright, 3rd level.
And I could choose any mundane weapon to become a +1/+1 magic weapon with 1d4 additional damage. Ooh, fun.
Yeah. Don't remember power surges. Okay. Sure. Okay, so it doesn't really. So it should be better if I grab it the next level. Okay. Let's see here. Jeez. Boy, I swear.
Hello.
Eh.
Eh. I wonder, how do I increase Seeker's proficiency bonus?
Should automatically do it.
It's a separate sheet.
Oh. Clairvoyance. I have access to. Well, that requires a focus worth 100 GP.
Oh, okay, that worked. Setting its CR higher.
Hold on. Here it is.
Hello, motherfucker.
Yeah, we're just grabbing that and.
With cable.
With cable.
With cable.
Said I was gonna grab this too.
B-Man. I
Sup?
increased Seeker's proficiency bonus of 3, because that's what's that now. But the damage to his force strike should also be 3 and not +2. Do you know how to do that?
Yep.
Okay.
It's probably a flat modifier versus referencing the modifier slot. Okay.
I'm gonna undo that.
So that should be that.
Why is the ability modifier for the ranged weapon attack strength?
I do not know.
What the fuck?
It should be going off of my spell attack DC, which is...
Let me make an attack on behalf of this guy. Hold on a second. 1d20 plus 7
Should
plus
be
-3 plus +3. So plus 0. These what is this shit?
You should be able to edit it on the sheet itself. There should be a.
No, I can. Let me see. What the fuck is happening here?
15.
6, 7, 8. Yep, so that's right.
Okay, what ability modifier should Seeker be having for this first strike?
It's not using any of his. It should just be +8 because it's using mine.
Well, how does the +8 generated from? Is that your proficiency bonus plus intelligence?
Yes.
It's
Okay.
essentially his spell attack modifier.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't reference a ability score from a separate sheet, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set this to range weapon attack. Sure.
Let me see here too.
I'm gonna set the ability modifier to int, so it is a flat 0. And this is something you're gonna have to be editing manually when the attack roll bonus is adjusted. So your attack roll bonus is 8. Proficiency plus int. 5 plus 3.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna manually set that. That can't be referenced change. And the damage formula is that
1d4 +3. It should be now.
and how is the +3 factored? Is that also your proficiency bonus or the proficiency bonus of Seeker? Or does that not matter? Or the same thing?
It's the same thing.
Alright, so I can't change that either, because I don't think I can reference if there's a hook for the proficiency bonus, I don't know what it is. So I'm going to leave that alone.
Seeker's health max is now 11 as well. Wait, just fix that. Seeker is slightly tougher.
Oh, I am.
Is
Also,
it
since we did a level up, I'm gonna change my cantrips to.
10, 11, blah, 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 blah. Dex.
damn it.
Import that. Right, we could go ahead and delete that one. There we go. Much better.
Yes, it has to be. This can't edit modularly. Okay, whatever. This is what it's supposed to be.
Let's see. Oh, it's ending up as +8 +3.
Well, you can take that -3 off because the spell attack modifier includes the proficiency bonus. So
Oh, I see. Alright, I'm gonna adjust this. It automatically puts the proficiency bonus in. So I'm gonna set this to 8, 7, 6, 5. So when all is said and done, it should be 5 plus 3, which gives you the 8 that you need. Let's try this again.
there we go.
Nice.
Yep,
Ready.
perfect.
And I've switched out one of my cantrips, so now I can cast this one.
Alright, during the long rest, switching to the lightning launcher because fuck melee, it never works for me.
And 2 new spells. I took.
You punched the mirror monster pretty hard.
Yeah. I'm changing up my strategies after getting my ass kicked.
I have 3rd level spell slots now.
Ooh.
2nd level. I can now cast web to shoot my cue. My dude.
Ah, I see. We've gone from melting people's minds to giving them frostbite. I'm glad we've toned down the criminal activities.
Yes.
On the bright side, at least that sort of stuff goes up to 2d6 now.
Oh yeah, your cantrips are better now too.
Yep.
Yep. So now instead of Toll the Dead doing 1d8 or 1d12, it now does 2d8 or 2d12.
Nice. Do I? Yeah, I do have extra attack. Fantastic.
That'll be great.
So I can pew when I pew.
Pew.
Are your gauntlets considered magical weapons?
Yes.
Technically, they do thunder damage, but I'm switching
Yeah.
over to the lightning launcher at the moment. Versatility.
Ooh.
But you.
God damn it, just stop.
Wow, that is a funny test fire to witness.
That's fantastic.
Your fourth nat 1 this session.
I think it is.
I don't know, I feel like we
Yeah,
get
you
double
rolled
digits
another
if he
minimum
keeps rolling.
damage on the fucking dice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we could get to double digits for the end of the session.
What happened to that nat 20 from the beginning? God
You
damn it.
waste. It got used already. You get one. But
God, dude, what the hell's happening?
no idea. But are we all set though?
I am. Yeah.
I'm good.
All right.
Jacket, you set?
I'm just choosing spells, but
All
yeah,
right.
basically.
Okay.
Throughout the night, in everyone's downtime, you would take opportunities to adjust your strategies and reflect on everything that you've learned about the big open world around you, as well as what you've learned about one another. And putting into perspective both points of view, you would apply that to yourselves. And in many ways would adjust yourselves and better prepare yourselves for the coming road ahead, taking time to unlock more potential that had been within you until this point. Given the stakes and the nature of all of this, you would become somewhat more resilient to this world, as your ability to exert your own will in whatever way you see fit has increased.
Now that I
And-
have the energy, I can murder.
No, not with those rules, you're not. And I suppose after everyone would have their breakfast, you said you wanted to work on the bot some more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because getting that up ASAP is very good to have.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you would reopen the parts bag and would lay everything out again. And you would reassess your situation with everything that you have here. You definitely need to figure out how these parts go together. The Tinker's Tools is kind of where the roadblock is. You feel like if you can figure that out, spending a couple hours today getting the right configuration, Garrick will then be able to assess everything in one piece and can potentially finish the plates as well.
Yeah, if we're all in agreement I'm having a stroke. If we're all in agreement to go ahead and work and get this thing up and running, I'm fine with spending the day for that.
This seems relatively a safe place.
Yeah.
No reason not to, really.
All right. So, if all parties concerned are picking things up where they left off, parts would be laid out, and materials would be put back into play. So, Arcana roll from Dagny, Tinker's Tools check for Rin, and a Smith Tools check from Garrick.
If only we're level 6, that would be expertise in tools.
Hold it lower, 16.
Anger.
Checking to make sure none of my spells can help me before I roll. Doesn't look like it. Tools.
Say, man, you want to hand out some inspiration for that moment between me and Daphne?
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, that's a tasty roll.
So, Dag, you've mostly done your part here, so you would take your time to apply what you know to helping out Rin. And you would find some pieces that have been slightly misaligned that were causing the roadblocks, as I aforementioned. So,
Definitely adjust those.
taking those out and realigning them a little bit more properly, you, after several hours worth of work inside of this divot, would at long last have the completed framework of this Shield Guardian complete. There's some last minute things you're going to have to do once everything is all together to essentially kickstart this thing to get its arcane heart pumping, so to speak. But with this being in place, Garrick, you're able to take a pretty good size on how this all fits together and how the plates should fit together along with it. And having the measurements you need, as well as the materials to meet the said needs, that great check, yeah, this pseudo scrap armor is created to cover the basic needs for protecting this thing. All of the weak joints would have a basic shell over them, as well as some reinforcement on the core components. And you would take some time to make small adjustments and hook them onto their fastening locks and get them into place. Into high morning, everyone doing their part collectively would have a fully assembled, functioning looking Shield Guardian ready to be activated.
All right. I believe Dagny has the amulet.
Yeah. Picked it up after Mayorx was taken away. I will, like, trying to remember from my knowledge. I'll try and activate it.
Okay. You would part the armor on the core of this, and you would conjure up a bit of a magical push, so to speak. And you would thrust it into the heart of this thing. And given your good Arcana check, you would hear a series of clunks as this entire body would jerk to life. Your amulet, you would feel a thrum as the sigils within it would respond to this thing showing signs of life. As this thing stands up tall, a good 8-10 feet, and is given life. And let me grant access. One second.
That's a big boy.
There we are.
Nice.
And the scrap Shield Guardian has risen.
Fantastic. Oh. Have this in order. Which we should get Faramir and try and press on.
You would look over and you would not see Boromir at his post. Not really sure where he is.
Okay. Didn't think I would have to do this so early, but she will pull out her arcane rod, and she is going to cast sending and send a message to Boromir.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. And what message are you relaying?
Faramir, we finished assembling the shield guarding if you would like to join us. Feel free to respond at any point.
Can they talk back?
I think it's
Yes.
once you finish your message, isn't it?
Yeah.
And can answer in a manner immediately. Okay. And your message, you would feel ride the auric flow of Helios and would ping a distant mind. And you would feel much of the same return to you. I will return momentarily. I had to take care of a spectator.
Apparently, we've been watched at some point as we were waking up.
I see.
But he's on his way here.
Well, I suppose now the time has come for us to decide where our next destination is.
Well, if Icon of Veneration is still on a tail, then going towards the stars, where the stars landed, might be a bad idea.
And
I
don't
did
believe-
see. I did see one thing last night, though.
Oh,
During my watch, there was some sort of strange anomaly, like a dark cloud with what seemed like yellow energy flashing through it. It attacked a creature of some kind deep in the ground. It attacked the ground and something rose up, somewhat similar to the entity we fought in the High Crucible, but not the same. This cloud destroyed it and then went back up into the clouds and disappeared. I imagine the crack in the ground is still there.
I see. That is certainly curious.
That does just sort of sound like a typical hunt, granted on a larger scale, though.
The way the cloud was moving, it had a sort of intelligence, like something was controlling it.
You're going to work tomorrow, right? You're going to work tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I am. Myself. Excuse that.
Yeah, no
Are you
worries.
going to work tomorrow?
Yeah, I am. Don't fucking.
Ah, good to know. I'm glad we're clear that up.
Yeah.
But, regardless of how intelligent it is, things still need to eat around here, so it could be just that.
Could be.
I'm uncertain if a cloud requires nutrition. But that is a possibility, I suppose.
Nothing likes to make sense around here, so...
So, we're in agreement to inspect that site, as it were.
Yeah.
What then?
Well, we either continue our original objective or go back to Highshire, really.
We are getting closer to that tower as well.
It's possible the Stark Talker is there. We should check it out at least.
We should. So,
Wait.
we
We
inspect
do have
this.
another guard with us, so...
So, we inspect this site, move to inspect the tower. Then I imagine we can double back and search for those impact sites for the stars. And if the opportunity presents itself, we can delve into that aquatic bunker. Hopefully, by then, any trace of that icon will be long gone.
If we do go to
Hopefully.
that tower, it'd probably give us a vantage point on the stars, actually.
I hope so.
I think there were holes in it, right? Looked kind of like windows.
No, it's hard to tell from this distance. But either way, the point of interest we need to investigate.
So, interest, tower, stars, basically.
Yeah.
Alright then. Baromir, are you okay with all this? Seeing as I assume you want to continue with us traveling by yourself?
Now, he wouldn't be back yet at this time.
Like,
We should probably inform him about that then.
yeah, we'll have to wait till he gets back. I can only do those messages only a couple times, and I don't want to waste the last one.
Understandable.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll kind of get a vantage point and keep an eye out for him.
It nearly slipped my mind. From what I know of this guardian, it is bound to those who wear the amulet, correct? I naturally assume you will be the one bound to it, Dagny.
Do you have no objections?
No, I do not.
Is the amulet a mundane object?
Well, it's magically bound to the Shield Guardian. It can't really be controlled without it.
No, but like, for the purposes of this, I wanted to ask in case it was possible to make copies so that each of us could have one.
Is?
It
Not that you
may-
know of.
It might be a possibility, but we lack the know-how, and I imagine materials to do so anytime soon.
Understandable. Thought I'd throw out the question anyway.
I mean, we
Well-
can try it when we get to Highshire, but it's a very slim chance.
So how long are we going to give the drow?
I mean, he shouldn't be too long. And I will go up to the vantage point.
Or perception.
Ten.
You would get a good sweep of the local area, keeping a sharp eye out for the drow. You do know that the way he moves, he's going to be hard to spot anyways, but a good 10, 15 minutes would pass, and there's no sign of him.
Something's wrong. I can't see sight of him.
You don't
We
know
may
where
have
he
to-
is?
I mean, have you seen the way he moves? It's almost like the dead. We might need to go look for him.
Do you know what direction he was in?
I remember his last vantage point, but well, the sending it pinged me to where he was, right?
Is that part of the spell?
No. I know he's on the same plane of existence as us, so
Yeah, you would have that
We can
intrinsic
find-
knowledge.
He's on the
So-
planet. We found
GM,
I mean,
So
we can just look from where he was taking his post and see if there were any signs of him there.
so we're going to look for him, correct?
Yes.
Well, in that case then, GM, I'd like to cast locate object targeting the spyglass I gave him.
Ah. Okay.
Because since he hasn't given it back, I assume he still has it on his person.
He does. Let me see. 30 feet at least once. Yeah. It is not in motion, but it is to the northeast. A good ways. Probably around a good 15-minute walk.
Northeast, 15 minutes that direction. And I give a point.
Alright, let's go.
Bear in mind, this is just to find the spyglass. He might not even be with it if something bad has happened. But it's a good place to start.
Yeah.
I'll have Seeker move ahead of us and give a bird's eye view. As I do as I say. Send off Seeker.
Oh.
Okay.
And I'll kind of have the Guardian take point towards the back. Since he's big.
All right. Guardian would take point in the back. Seeker would go up high. Have Seeker roll perception as the party moves in the direction of Baromir. Yeah, roll perception?
Oh, I'm an idiot. I apologize.
It's like,
Oh.
is my mic
Seeker.
working?
12.
I hate my life.
You're fine.
Here we go.
It's an average roll, not a bad one. So
I rolled a 6. Come on.
yeah, but you turned your bad roll into an average roll rather than just keeping it a bad one.
Hmm. Okay. Give me just a moment here. Damn. All right. You would continue for this good 10-minute duration. And something very vibrant would catch the eyes of Seeker as it would look over the hill you are about to crest through a arcing stone. And there would be plenty of these to see. Almost in a flock-like swarm are these about the size of one's own head, a brilliant sparkle orb of glowing warm light. Many, dozens, that have this swaying movement in the air as if a serpentine pattern. They almost, much like the stones which fly through here, have a bit of a choreographed pattern to them. As you would see, there is a entire line of them that are dancing among the trees, that are heading due west. And you can see that there's many groups of these, several conglomerations of dozens at a time. You imagine in total, from everything that you can see, there's probably hundreds. You're not really sure what to make of them, but something about the way they move makes them seem oddly sentient.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and relay that information to the team. Also, I did want to ask, can I also use my projection device to essentially live stream what I'm seeing through Seeker to the others?
I suppose so. Yeah, you break your concentration through Seeker, and you would get out your projector stone, and you create essentially a small diorama, and everyone would be able to see it.
What on earth? Flowing in a direction.
They seem to be heading west.
I mean, what on earth is towards the west? We need to keep going. We need to find Boromir now and figure this out.
Yep, I'll nod. Have Seeker continue his mission while we continue moving as well.
All right. That having been something you'll need to lay low for several minutes until these strange orbs pass, you would wait it out and then continue to move. And let me see. How long can you concentrate on locate object?
That's 10 minutes.
It lasts for 10 minutes.
Okay. So it would have worn off by the time this, but
Yeah.
you would, continuing forward, hear some rustling from the canopy of the trees above you as you would see Boromir appear, sliding cautiously down the trunk, his knife embedded into the trunk as he comes down to slow his descent, as he kicks off and lands expertly before the party. And the first thing
Oh,
he
hi.
notices is the Guardian, as he gives a bit of a nod. Ah, you're going to need that thing, I imagine.
Said you found a
Nice.
spectator before. Where is it?
I imagine if you're around here, then you saw them firsthand.
The lights? Yeah.
Yes. Now, I'm not much for folklore, but I have heard something of those things. And all I do know about them is they are what some consider to be spirits of the dead. You saw the way they moved, like people in migration.
Moving off towards the west.
That's right. The land that dips down beneath the mountains. In the shadow of the chromatic mountains lay rotten lands, where, from what I understand, you may find rotten things there as well. Spirits of the dead may fit such a description. It makes me wonder why they move the way they do. As if maybe they think they're not dead and are reliving their accounts of life, trying to escape from one home to find another. Or maybe they're just searching for people to kill. I don't know.
Have you tried approaching them?
No. It's not really worth the risk.
Well, I mean, we'll have to keep a note of that. In the meantime, we're thinking of investigating the crater where that creature came from last night.
I see. That is cartographer business.
Hmm.
I am focused on survival out here. This is my way of saying we are parting ways.
Very well. Thank you.
Of course, I'm not much for lasting relationships in any capacity, but in the unlikely event we ever cross roads again, if you need a hand, I will be at least somewhat inclined to help.
If we do need that hand, where would we find you?
I couldn't tell you.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he is a wanderer.
If that's the case, then could I please have the spyglass back?
Oh, right, of course. I am a man of my word. And he would toss back to you.
Just put that in the outfit with everything else. Well then, we'll be on our way, I guess, if that's everything.
Good luck, cartographers. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Cross again.
He gives a full nod to everyone and would kick off from a nearby tree back up into the canopy, and as if an animal darting among the leaves, he's gone.
Oh,
Strange, but not entirely unpleasant, that one.
he's pulled himself out of circumstance, I suppose.
Right
And
then.
I will go ahead and take point and try and lead them to where the crater is.
All right. You'd be luckily heading north, which is in the direction of the points of interest on the horizon. And give me one moment. Nice. Okay. And everyone would continue forward, moving along the landscapes of Helios. Everyone may roll perception.
So an ancient illithid black dragon blocks your path.
Can I? I'll do the usual assist seeker. Give seeker
It was.
advantage.
Oh, I did roll a 20. Okay, I was like, it looked cocked for a second.
Yeah, no, you rolled the crit.
Yeah.
All right. There we are. Nice. As you're continuing forward. Moving along, Dagny, you taking points in having your new protector backing you. You would hear it well before you see it. It would be the better part of an hour's travel, it being midday at this time. And you would see off on the horizon, there is a bit of upturned earth, followed by what looks to be the faint trace of a purple glow coming from beneath. And what you would hear would be what sounds like almost like trees actively being crashed into and snapped from their roots, as there is this shrill series of shrieks and strange animalistic cries, multiple, that are echoing through the valley side. There's definitely commotion taking place.
That's a different color. Certainly wasn't that shade last night.
Perhaps in the night something else discovered this place.
It must have.
From the sounds of it, it's not very happy with what it's discovered.
I believe it's in our best interest not to get spotted.
Yeah.
So, to give Seeker an extra layer of protection and cheeky breeky, I want to go ahead and cast, where the fuck is the spell? There it is.
Nice.
Ooh.
Seeker is now Sneaker.
God damn it.
You knew it was coming.
All right. Seeker would, in fact, turn invisible and has the advantage of stealth.
I'll have Seeker survey the area and show you its findings through my projection stone.
Got it.
If the need arises, Seeker might be able to lead some creatures away from the site.
Okay.
But, yep, go my invisible son.
All right. And Seeker would move in. And as Seeker does, it would move along the leaves in the canopies of the trees, imitating Baromir to a point. And go ahead and give me a stealth roll with advantage.
Okay. Seeker is supposedly good at these.
Teen.
19. Like a ghost. And Seeker would close the distance, rounding a nearby hill, and would find the source of the commotion.
What the fuck?
Can't wait to see a totally normal thing. Hey, look, mammoths.
I really wasn't expecting
jeez.
mammoths.
No.
Interestingly, it looks like there's two large woodland creatures of some kind that are here at the precipice of some sort of crevice leading into a giant ravine. And you would see that just by looking at them, they appear to be extremely agitated with one another. You're not really sure what's going on here, but they are locked in combat with one another as their tusks are interlocked, and they are going at it quite adamantly. You can see there's a number of trees over here that have been felled as these two animals are really going at it. And of course, there's a purple haze just beyond them inside of this ravine, and there is arcing electricity, so it seems. Lightning, some sort of power. It gives you vague callbacks to the same power that came out of the keystone at the High Crucible, but this doesn't seem to have any discernible source. This is definitely a large scale, much like that. And you can see there are floating bits of stone that are glowing purple that are perpetuating arcing energy. And as these two mammoths fight one another, it definitely looks like there's at least some form of glow in their eyes that matches the glow coming from the ravine.
Yeah, Seeker will. Is a spooky ghost. So it's obviously this energy is causing these animals to essentially. It's like magic rabies, is essentially what I'm getting at.
Kind of, yeah.
Obviously, relay everything. Give the two here a look of what's happening for the projection stone.
You would do so.
That energy, it's not like the machines at the High Crucible.
It seems to have some sort of effect on the local wildlife.
Can you try getting closer to it?
Yes. No, not too close. I wouldn't want Seeker to be struck by a stray bolt.
Oh.
Seeker keeping away from the arcing shit, but getting closer to inspect it.
You would do so, as you would move in closer to get a better angle, as you're effectively a spectator in this ongoing fight. You can see that these animals have definitely worn each other down by a good spell. And as you get closer to this, you can really start to both feel and hear the latent energy source that is creating this anomaly. It almost looks like there's a strange distortion in space that's at this epicenter. At one point, this may have been a rock that one could have used to cross from one side of the ravine to the other, but it seems as though it has been long destroyed by the effects of this anomaly. And as you're doing so, you can see that this distortion almost has a sort of quivering to it. As you can see, it is not getting any less intense. In fact, it seems to be ramping up rather quickly.
Okay. I'll address Geralt and Dabney. Whatever this energy is, it seems to be increasing.
Shh. It might not be safe to approach it. It might be ramping something up.
And I fear if we were to approach it, we might suffer the same effect as those animals.
Agreed. We'll have to keep an eye on it from a distance.
No sense of getting any closer then. Did you see what's on the other side?
Can I send Seeker up and over to, is there anything across this ravine bridge thing?
Just from taking a look now, it looks like it's mostly dead grass and bare stone, as if all of at one point may have been flourishing flora has dried up, which is a bit odd considering that it's not necessarily an arid environment, at least not from this side of the ravine. But as you're going up, you can see that this discharge of whatever energy is coming out of the ravine is continuing to ramp up at an accelerated rate. You have seconds to react.
Move away.
Seeker is fucking R2D2 scream, fly away.
Dex save for Seeker.
Oh no!
Oh, my son.
No, your son.
Son.
Hey, nice. As this force would slam Seeker against the nearby tree, as it would take half of this.
200.
4. It takes 4 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, that's not terrible.
No, not bad at all. As you would look back and see that both of these animals have been knocked back a spell and have stopped fighting. They seem to be lost in their daze, but have somewhat recovered. Although you would look on again to see that a lot of the stone has animated and come to life. And you would see a familiar anomaly as there is a crescendo of unfriendly noises coming from these rising elementals.
Pleasant.
Yeah, I'll definitely bring up. The situation there seems to be getting worse. It seems nerve elementals have been conjured up from a blast emanating from the anomaly.
My God.
They appear to be covered in some haze of some kind, similar to the source itself.
Something different, something stronger.
I'm glad to see that the chaos magic is getting more chaotic, not less.
You can see that the nerve elementals are dead set on manipulating themselves with the stone, and many are moving in to directly assault the mammoths as they would engage themselves in combat with these creatures. You get the idea that this is a fight that you should probably stay away from and let things play out on their own, and maybe go a different direction in the meantime.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna go around and away from that, you know?
Seems to be the best course of action.
Yes, it's far too dangerous to approach now.
All right.
This is the site where the cloud killed a bug, isn't it?
Yes, it seems to match the description.
Okay. Yeah. So what that cloud did, existence doesn't like it. It's freaking out.
Yeah.
Ever come across a cloud so magically charged it literally animates a ravine?
I presume at this point in time you are recalling Seeker to get away from this.
Yeah.
Away you would go out of harm's way.
Right then. Tower?
Tower.
I do want to, as we're moving off into the direction of the tower, I did want to obviously recall Seeker to me so I can make the quick repairs needed for him.
Okay. And you can easily do that on your way.
And then go, my favorite basketball, back to the skies.
All right. And I presume everyone is going to be now heading almost directly east at this point to approach the giant skyward pillar.
Yes.
Okay. Everyone can roll perception as you travel.
got the spyglass back. Does that affect that roll at all?
'Cause
Um,
you...
I'll say, like, I'll factor that into what you
Okay.
can perceive. Obviously, like, it'll give you a little bit of a extra juicy details per se.
My
Ah,
god.
apparently it did. Yeah, 25. There we go.
Hey, not
Hey,
bad.
we love that.
You're doing pretty good. You're doing good. Okay. I see. With everyone continuing forward, dead set on a location, you would make your way to this increasingly gargantuan looking pillar. And it would take you around many odd bends as you would traverse away from the lush greenery of the arcing valleys into some increasingly dry environments. And when you had your vantage point at the mountains that were overlooking Highshire, you were able to see that on approach to this particular part of the landscape, that the area leading up to this pillar was particularly dried up looking, where for some reason the flora doesn't seem to flourish. In fact, the rain and all of the other like semblances of moisture just don't really seem to take a hold here, as if they have been dried out. This would continue as the lush grass would give way to shorter, more straw-like grass, and then eventually to dead, decaying grass that is, at this point, mostly just dirt and a bit of sand as well. The stone has a similar set of features to it. Yeah, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So it just appears the closer we are getting to this tower, the more it appears the vegetation is suffering from a lack of hydration.
Yes.
Oh boy.
All right, not quirky.
Corked up white boy.
I'm sure Rin. That won't matter to Rin. Rin's got all the water they need now, right?
Yeah.
Let's hope it doesn't evaporate in the tank. That would be awful.
Obviously, because I'm paranoid, I'm monitoring my suit's water levels to see if increasing our or decreasing our distance from this anomaly is affecting my suits.
You would take a look at your systems and would try to keep a careful sense on how your filtration system is being affected inside of your suit. And as you're increasingly traveling into this dried up badlands, it doesn't appear to be draining your suit in any capacity, although you can't help but feel like this water inside your suit may be influenced by an outside force. It's hard to say. It's as if gravity is slightly different. It's an odd sensation, but there's no adverse effects that are really apparent.
Something to keep a tab on, then.
Mm-hmm.
As we're heading off in this direction, I did want to strike up a conversation with Gerok.
Yes.
So, now that we are a fair distance away from the icon, let's have that chat we discussed.
Okay. Ask your questions.
Back at Magnus's Sanctum, you mentioned that you do not serve Zula, or at least Dagny inferred such. What is the name of this being you serve, then?
Well, if Highshire is to be believed, then it is, what do they say, a variant of Zula. If you don't believe Highshire, which I imagine is where you fall under, as what I imagine somewhat of an outsider yourself, then I serve something different. A paragon of construction, as it were.
name of this so-called paragon?
And did you actually bring up my fucking information sheet? Because I don't have it on the character sheet yet, which I need to do.
Do you want me to remind you?
I'm gonna need a reminder because I don't have the sheet open because I didn't expect this to come up so quickly. Or at least in this session, anyway.
Oh, you're not.
It's fine, I got it now.
You are telling me now.
Before I do, can I ask why it is you want to know then? I thought you weren't fond of the gods.
My understanding of the gods is limited nowadays. As for why I wish to know, I need to understand what makes you function if I am to place a measure of trust in you. Especially now, since we are bound from the core.
Well, suppose that makes sense. If you ever in any of your studies, and this goes to both Dagny and Rin, I guess, come across a name referring to Gilfu.
Can
Wait,
I?
what was the name?
Gilfun.
Gilfoon. Does the name sound familiar to me?
Not at a name drop like that, no.
How about me?
That's a negative.
What a shame.
Mm.
No, I have not.
Then you will unfortunately have to take me by my word for the time being. I worship a creature whose name is Lat.
Describe to me then how your connection to this entity was formed.
Ooh. Ooh, that's a good question.
I am
So-
led to believe from Highshire's way of doing worship is that clerics such as you hold a strong connection to these gods. As to how this is established, I do not know.
Well, I can answer the general question. That bit's easy. Usually, it's one of two things. You do something exemplary, and a god of a certain akin, whether that be artisanal work, craftsmanship, warriors of blood and fire, anything like that. If you are particularly good like it, then a god may take notice and give you power.
And this was the case for you then.
I suppose, in a manner of speaking. There's a very long pause at this point.
What is it that you did to garner the attention of this entity then?
Was it something to do with your family?
I suppose. If this is going to be a hard subject for me to talk about, so you'll have to give me a bit of time while I find words.
Fine then. While that stews in the back of your mind, let me ask you some simpler questions.
That would be appreciated.
This god, I assume from your general demeanor that its intentions toward humanity are benevolent.
it has no reason to dislike humanity. In fact, as a smaller god, as you could probably guess by the fact that neither of you have heard about them, more followers are considered a good thing usually. More belief, usually, although not always, means more power.
So, it feeds off belief to strengthen itself, then, in turn, strengthens those who believe in it. Am I getting that right?
I believe there's a better term that you might understand, symbiosis, whereby one person doing one thing, the other creature in this situation benefits as well, as does the original giver in turn. Yes.
I see. What is it this god asks of you, then?
Well, at this point he just kind of stretches his arms out and gestures to himself. I'm a craftsman. What do you think it asks of me?
I find that strange. What would a being that seemingly doesn't exist in the material realm want with armor and weapons made by your hand?
Well, not exactly.
Dagny is correct there. It's not mundane arms and armaments that it wants. If it were the case, it would probably be a lot stronger by now. I would have probably spent a lot more time in my forge if that were simply all it required. No, what it requires is knowledge to help itself rebuild. And I, when I can, give it offerings to help it do so, usually in the form of things that construct. Like, as an example, to help ease your mind along, we came across a book, Dagny and I. It was a manual of orcish smithing, or at least techniques in thereabouts.
Mm-hmm.
When it was used, I, of course, more than idle curiosity as one is, I looked through it myself just to see what was within. Uh, but then, after I've taken my own notes, what I do then is conduct a ritual to offer the book to this entity. In doing so, I usually have visions, conversations, and things of the like with this entity, and it seems to help it rebuild.
So this Gilthun seeks knowledge.
Yes.
You mentioned rebuilding numerous times now. What exactly is it intending to rebuild?
Itself. I don't know, and understandably so, and partially perhaps the reason why it chose me among others, but it itself is not whole. It was destroyed, hurt by others. What those others are, it will not tell me. Uh, Probably from pain, as most human and inhuman things can still feel. But the knowledge serves as a way to help it do that.
If this Gilthun is hoarding knowledge, I imagine throughout its existence, it has gained quite the library of sorts.
You would be half correct. It once had a great library of knowledge. What it has now is a bit of a shell of that, unfortunately.
So it lost its vast collection. and is now seeking to rebuild that.
Yes. At least to the best understanding I have thus far.
I see.
So,
And does this god share what it knows with you?
It's the reason I can perform the miracles that I can. I can borrow knowledge from it whenever I need. Construct things without even needing to do the crafting part of it. Things like that. And I imagine as Key grows in power, so will I, and this cycle will improve. What
This
I choose to do with the borrowed knowledge from then on, to give to, say, others, like I imagine you're asking, is up to me.
and this ritual you said you perform, what happens to the information in this realm? Does it simply make a copy to add to its own?
no,
Well,
it's.
I don't know, to be honest. Usually I perform this ritual, and then when I come back to, the knowledge is gone. Dagny would know. She's been witness to one of these events.
Yeah, I saw the book being, like, the pages coming out of it and essentially being absorbed into the the uh the forge. Did I not?
You saw them swirling around Garrick in almost ritualistic fashion as they were being burned and consumed by another worldly force.
Well, the book seemed to tear itself apart and swirl around Garak, and it's in his meditative state before being consumed by fire.
That seems incredibly wasteful. Could you not simply make a copy of the information if it must be burned in such a way?
The information will always be available to me if I need to scry it back onto
To
paper
you,
once more.
yes, but what to others? You are quite literally burning books.
Believe me, I was almost, what's the word? Reluctant to allow him to do that, but if it meant getting information about the Keystone, it was worth the risk.
I understand that.
It was both a barter and a way to ensure that a copy of said manual always exists.
In you and it, I suppose.
Hmm.
But
And should
what I
I
am trying to
wish...
say is if you are offering up a book filled with information that is useful to your god, and said ritual destroys the tome, why not make a copy to offer, while saving the original to be shared?
Well, offering the same book to a god that already has such information, especially if you yourself were the one that handed it over, it would not prove to be a good sacrifice, as gods tend to view
So,
things.
what you are telling me is that this god wishes to be the only one to hold this knowledge, and
If you would,
stricken it and destroy it from the material realm.
if you would allow me to finish, this god, if you must assign it a role, is like a scribe. When it has followers, those followers can all access that knowledge. And when those followers have that knowledge, they can rescribe the book if they choose to do so. There is no reason why make it again once it has been given. It is like giving it a copy that can't be stolen, torn, or burned up, and then making a more normal copy in the mortal plane again.
And how many followers of this being do as you just described?
I don't know if he has other followers.
Have you
I've yet
asked?
to ask. If you would like me to, next time I do this ritual, I will ask that exact question. on what can be done, and those questions that you have yourself. Whether you can be brought into this exchange, I don't know. But I can at least be the go-to between him and you if you have so many burning questions.
But now it begs the final question. Why did Gilthune choose you?
To gaze at Gilfoon is to see a lot of pain and suffering. He is, as I assume, much like humanity in Highshire, hurt by what has happened. And I suppose when he was burned, sundered, and his library destroyed, what happened in my personal life, he saw something of akin to. I don't have a village or a family. Not anymore. I lost them when I was but a teen. Through pillages and the like, and particularly evil, nasty creatures trying to live outside Highshire. One day, one of those attacks was particularly nasty, and all I woke up to was ash and pain. Maybe it saw something in me from that, but I have been using its powers ever since.
I want to insight that particular reason.
Go for it.
I cry.
No obvious signs of deception, but Garrick naturally is a very stoic guy, so could go either way.
Is this partly why you hide your face?
Yes.
Are you afraid that whoever destroyed your family will come to seek you out?
It's entirely possible. The reason I wear a mask is because, well, it's easier to look at than somebody who is racked with pain and guilt over a situation they really had no control over.
Has your face been permanently distorted?
That would be a very minor way of putting it, yes.
She'll kind of look down for a second.
A lot of the reason I don't talk about this stuff should probably now be a bit more obvious.
Kind of nods. I'm sorry.
Does this answer your questions, Ren?
Yes, it does. I am satisfied with your answers.
Let us continue on to the tower.
Yes.
Having words been exchanged, everyone would continue, keeping good perception and bearing yourselves in the landscape that's rapidly changing as you move forward, having new knowledge to mull over. As you continue, the aridness of this area would change at a rather rapid rate. From what you remember about this part of the horizon when you were overlooking it back above Highshire, you know that this Badlands seems to spread out in a almost vein like pattern, having all of the offshoots coalesce into a single path leading to this pillar. You are weaving through many offshoots of stone and weaving through the undersides of ravines and craggy passes as the remnants of any dirt eventually would transition into this gritty sand. It's almost this soft, tannish, almost orangish shade. And everyone would feel the rapid aridness that is coming about, despite still just being a stone's throw away from lush landscape on the other sides of these mountain faces. This would continue. It's almost in desert like conditions as you would pass by some particularly tight crags until you would finally come through to a more open area as you reach the center vein, so to speak, rounding about tall stone and having a final clear shot to your destination. And as you do, you would see it. This formation is one of the largest you've ever seen. No, the largest. Heliostone, without a doubt. There are formations nearby that are similar in composition. Smaller spires that exist in the epicenter of this arid landscape. There is a wind that carries this sand and dust in series of clouds that dance along the grounds. And the way forward is a straight shot to this monolithic pillar.
Dagny is just kind of looking around and is actually just gobsmacked at the sight. She's never seen anything like this except in like books that had drawings of them. Something about this place. Certain dark beauty about it.
Were it not for the danger that it took to get here, I'd be inclined to agree. Seems a bit odd it's shifted from natural verdant green to sandy everything.
All centered on this point, it seems.
Well, I don't think we'll get much done by gawking at it all day.
No.
Yeah.
Ren, you okay?
After being close and actually forcing myself to stare at this thing, does it try to fuck with me again?
You're staring this down, and after taking it in, you realize that your friends are a good 50 feet in front of you, as you don't even realize that you stopped walking. You're just almost stunned. You're not really sure why this particular place has its effect on you, but it just seems to wash away your mind almost every time.
Anyway, go make a wisdom save.
Not this time.
Ren?
I'm alright. This tower, spire, however you want to put it, I feel almost beckoned by it. and I do not know why.
I mean,
Well, if there's any comfort, we've all been drawn to it together, and it is by far one of the, just looking up as it goes into the clouds, unique things for a very long while.
I intend to find answers inside. As I'll come up to move. Also, Spire's trademark, you owe me $10, big man.
Eat shit. This is original work.
Slay the Spire would like to have a word with you.
As everyone would collect themselves, coalesce back together as one, with the Shield Guardian and Seeker in tow, as you would walk this arid vein in the direction of this pillar, where we will end the session here.
Alright. DM, any closing statement you want for the recording? Indeed.